swear it's one floor up. I know. If this elevator was in the main building, I wouldn't know
Oh
where
my
to go.
gosh. We'd never get anywhere.
I know.
Oh, is she ready? Okay.
She's been away? No. Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. I was looking at her. Yeah, so, well, back to the day. Yeah.
Good morning,
Hi, Connie.
How are you?
Good, how are you? Can I sit here? Can I sit here?
Good.
How's you been?
Who's in touch with Atia? Because Barbara starts turning 11 o'clock. The news looking for somebody too. So, I mean, definitely we need something out there ready at 12. Will he come back again? For you?
Bienvenido, señor. Why is it taking so long to come? No, you don't come up here. Ben, hi from here. Ben, you come work here. Yes, señor. Oh, that's cute. It's nice to meet you. We're old.
So many people here, so I think I'll be back on my side. I mean, I met like Raja yesterday.
Well, you know,
Yeah, no.
we would recognize your voice. Not even
That's
looking
about
at
it,
you.
right?
It's like,
I wouldn't have known you had such cute temples and everything.
I know.
Oh, it is.
Nice meeting you. How we doing? So,
Party dog gathering elements, short story. Yeah. Live sex.
I'm doing a package, and maybe he wants like much So the thing is a bit short. So we're trying to put together whatever.
You want to jump in?
We're trying to put together a package. And that's what the show. So he wants the elements to fight on his own.
Okay.
My crew though, since you know, is that it's too my reporter is heading down. We're going to be at the hotel that's in the downtown. It's going to be
I'm just thinking about
meet the current president and Celaya was announced yesterday.
yeah. Dr. King's
U.S. President has repeatedly called heavy cost.
She's from Nicaragua, so she's from there. It's actually closer to going to Nicaragua and fly out of Managua than it is to go to San Pedro Sula, and because there's so much booking, there's a lot of delay.
Okay, David, I'll go. Okay. Okay, my friend. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
And they're trying to hopefully reach tomorrow is on Friday. Supposedly by Friday.
I'll pick up on 4. You can pick up on 4. Okay, great. Okay. Let me know what I will. It's ringing on 4.
One or the other. You know that the last few days, Iran's been causing I guess you let it touch with the faster. Yeah, I mean, my understanding is like next that was my only concern.
Carl's been here. Just give you a heads up that Elvin is working on a package on the FedEx. So if you want some elements of that kind of story, I should probably give you a package supporting it, working on that today. Okay?
Well, I was sitting here recording notes and I think
Okay, cool. And in regards to the Catholic Church, let me know. If you got the contact of the Cardinal, because he was there 2 days ago. Okay. Okay.
Take care. Bye-bye. So you're trying to leave? What? He's not this week. That's weird. Okay. You want to follow me and I keep like idea. All right.
Okay. Yeah, we're interested in some packages. We'll go ahead and help you translate them. And like I said, any help you need, Elvin is available. So feel free, and we'll coordinate later on also with what's interested in doing some when you apply to them, maybe do a Spanish class to stay with us, okay?
Well, you know, I mean, we don't know about a lot of international. One by one.
Okay.
The Greek journalist.
Right. Well, yeah, we care about the journal, for sure.
I mean,
But I don't think it's
I'll take the 12:15, and we'll coordinate for the rest of it.
But I'll see if she can translate
Well,
it.
take it easy, man.
That'd be great.
okay.
Well-
That's it. I mean, it doesn't go on for, you know.
Very huge story. Right. Yeah.
I'll make sure.
We'll just coordinate, like I said, Costa Rica, once we have anything we get, you'll be able to get. I'll try to get the exception one is that they from all where the data is. So, if I'm mistaken, he is. I don't know about Micheletti, but
I thought the interview that they're going to do, Deborah Lunacho was asking great questions, and the former vice president,
Yeah.
was good.
and he's very
Yeah, I
so
thought
it's going to see all that. But, like I said, Alena's is very accessible.
Okay, one more thing.
We have his cell phone number.
We'll be having a reaction.
So once information starts coming out, feel free to let us know. We'll start recording.
Okay, thank you
Okay?
very much.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Okay, remind me what that number is? Do you have that offhand or?
It's like there.
Well, I'm not taking it.
All right. Yeah.
Oh, we're here today after.
We would love to do one meter to time if possible later. 2 hours. 2 hours. We would love to do one meter to time.
Martin Jill. Gina. Sure.
Yeah, it's been so hard. Yeah, it's been very hard to get. I know doctor, but it's kind of hard. Can you check that for me? I will try to call you. I actually did. Yeah, if I not able to do sure, then I'll have you do one meter. I will try calling you.
Bobby working today? Oh, okay. All right. No. I need to ask you something about Iran. Same here. Be well. He's gonna come up here. Oh, okay. All right. Lovely. Okay. Bye.
I need to stop the new tactic. You let me know just before you get out of it, because the new and James have this an hour.
Okay, I'm out. I'm out for this.
I'm in. Thank you.
Are they out of here? Yeah, they're out of it.
Bobby.
How are you? No, I want to get my physical. No, it's not here, not physical. I never go to. Yeah.
Or, as I said, call the I'm just like an hour.
But it was posted on Facebook. And you know what?
I'm trying, I've seen it.
Yeah, I knew it right away when I saw it. Next time I definitely will.
I did.
Yeah, of course, of course. Because that reminded me, I want to remember those videos that came out, later on after US Navy grad. Those popped out. It was, remember one of the videos
Yes, sir.
she has an uprising after 91 Gulf. Remember in the start they were throwing these people off the roof? Remember that? And they were throwing, no, not the Kurds, it's the Shias in the South. And then I remember that specifically they were throwing these guys off the roof.
Cleaning stuff we have.
There we go, there we go.
Hello. I'm good, Robert. How are you? Not much. Latin America. I figured.
I'm gonna get copies to Quiet and Honduras and China again.
She can have Bluetooth.
Do you want Afghanistan or Pakistan?
Yiyeceksin. Çikolatadan
They're in bed. How much work is there for a team
Onların arada bir randevu al. Herkes ayarlayacak.
Barbara started on it. She was.
So we advertised online, but I don't look back at the ones that long. I wonder when we last spoke to them. They should have been advertised as available live. Maybe they should have been spent.
There's so many restaurants.
We send you the list of
Yeah.
requests, and then I'll apply to send that saying that she's not available and then yes, you can come and feature all night long. You're like,
Hi, Sophie. Hi, Kristen. No, you are. I just wanted to thank you. Oh, you have? Oh, good. Oh.
Checking on that tip. I mean,
Well, I just wanted to thank you for helping me. I really appreciate it.
What?
Carmen didn't reach her the entire overnight shift.
No.
We now can't reach her or Mary.
Till the middle of August.
We're wondering because
Yeah.
a lot of people are requesting live if you know anything about. I know she's on
No,
embedded
I
phones.
mean, no.
Yeah,
I
whenever.
would hope that they would have called in if that was at all possible.
Yeah, that's probably the case. So,
And an embed where you just go
Yeah.
and come back with the
Sure.
organization.
yeah. It's just, it's quite late there. I
Yeah.
think normally, I know, I have no idea what really happened.
Not really,
in the country, but I
unfortunately.
guess
Yeah.
normally by now they'd be returning to base or something. So, hopefully everything is fine. It's just a late night,
Because-
you're right, they would call
No,
as soon as
because
they
I'm
got
so
in. So
busy
we're
here.
gonna have
Just
to
need
tell
to keep
everyone.
calling,
kind
and
of
I'll
moved
start
to the
calling
side.
as well, but again, they're not exactly in southern Afghanistan in cell phone range. It's really gonna be a function of them putting up their VPN.
Yeah, the only phone
Yeah,
that seems to ring is to his BlackBerry line, and she's not answering.
Not
Let's wait a few more
particularly.
minutes and then I'll have to send a note, sort of provide you with
Yeah,
a
let's-
note that she is just not available for us. So I'll understand. But let me also see Mark Star.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That was a good
Definitely.
idea for me. Well, no, Barbara, everybody
No.
says the attorney is out. That's why Jane's like,
Okay.
but I'm wondering if she doesn't know what's going on.
Oh, I saw that and I emailed it to myself and it had
If
a
I
list
can
of
do
different.
50%,
I saw
whoever
that the
gets
other
in
night.
touch with her, we need to really just reiterate that when they're on embed, they need to call us frequently and not get into it. I know one of the things is they get into this packaging mode and it's deadly. It's not good.
And I'll remind her.
Thank you.
And that's not necessarily a problem. I just wanted to make sure that you don't watch it.
Oh yeah, I saw him and his roommate there. Yeah, well let's get lunch or even over the weekend or something. Okay. Okay. Yeah. We can. Okay. Thanks, Kristen. All right. I'll talk to you soon. Bye. International. That's can I spell it? Just a second. He stepped away from the desk. Oh wait, he's coming back right now. Hold on. Sorry. Alonzo, Eric from New York is on 2-3.
Mike, how about I just send you a quick email, and then you have that, you let us know, we totally understand. Michelle, please, you know, totally respectful of all the other things you guys have on your plate. Thanks, Mike, thanks, Devin and Mike, thank you both. Mike. Sorry, so is this supposed to say 11 a.m. instead of 1 a.m.? Sorry, I'm just 11 a.m. Yeah. How was it?
Good idea. Just did it
yesterday, so look what I looked at the profile. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Do you know who we were thinking of? Because you see, Dr. G's out of the mix and he comes back on the other night. So we were thinking that Lisa Lab would be back on Monday from her Italy vacation, so... Yeah, well, see, we talked all about this yesterday. I was thinking, I can't even get it down to the $1,600 by Cindy. And that was a pretty good figure. Now, consider it so. But I mean, like, unless Lisa wants to send it up like a...
They threatened to put a kayaking
It's not out of fear at the moment. Not letting the
I'm trying Playmate, but it's regular mobile.
Like you were there watching.
International desk. Sure, can I just go? Just a second. Alonzo Lauren from London is on one.
Talia?
Yes.
Do we actually have confirmation that people plan the opposition plans to protest tomorrow? Where
No,
are
we
we?
don't. There are a lot of rumors.
That's what I thought.
Lots of rumors. Police said that I included in my email from Shirzad. Okay.
You did.
I have answer right now. The rest of the nation is
Actually, Talia, is today update? The only one I have updated is on Press TV. Saying what time packing. Hello. This is Larry. Oh, I'm sorry.
International desk.
Larry Shaughnessy.
Yes, guys, calling.
Building.
Castling 5.
How are you?
Anyone see inside today?
He's vegan. He's not even vegetarian. He's bloody vegan.
Hey, I was going to ask you both. So, Musabi Karudi did a mirror translated from God, so he translated just basically the report of the meeting. Was there actually a statement issued that shows the mirror translated?
They're not.
But it's just a report. No, just like for practical purposes of actually making up the statement. Like the other Musadi thing, he said, quote, and he said, the other one was just a paraphrase, sort of they decided this, they decided that, you know.
That's all I got.
Yeah, that's. But do we know
Nothing
what's
really
there?
Wasabi coming up. There's communication on Wasabi
Yeah, they
other things.
Produce
I wonder should I message him?
There's a name.
Look,
And not even just on email stages, because it takes
in his visits,
Yeah, I
for
saw
example,
that,
in
and I've
these,
kind of, that's got direct quotes, but I just wondered if the three of them had like an actual written statement,
I have a,
or if
I
it
have
was
my
just.
first
I did not get
serious
the
thing.
thing.
To work out the
Yeah.
literally.
I don't know if there is such a thing.
More. We've got some actors that maybe should very often. The only stuff we roll on at the time was the all signals between the commentary and but you know, the stuff like Good Morning America. Yeah, that's it. And up there. So what he can do, you can look at those on media source yourself. He pulls up all the next to you would love to talk about what you're looking for. Be quite pedantic in your diplomatic way. Be very precise about what you want.
No, that's actually my philosophy.
He responds well to specific instructions. Yes, look, yeah, get your wish list, how you're building the piece. He's rather good.
It works really well, right?
The reason you know, maybe it's because Haslock told us 2 days ago that government.
Yeah, he can organize that.
They want to just, in this scene, and I don't want to do Bristol show. Well,
Hey guys, can I just jump in and ask questions? Where is Jaime right now? Is he beside you or is he in Appleton? Where is he right now?
think we can still keep things that. I mean, the studio, I take that signal.
Okay, tell you what, you know when you tried this number, when you tried this number? Okay, tell you what, yeah, right.
Well, let's see, for time, that's
Yeah, that's really urgent, actually. Well, no, we also just want to know, Beaver needs information about tomorrow, the things that it's imperative. So, I'll call you back again in another 10 minutes.
Like, we can't get through the whole this, but you can try to speak it.
Yesterday, that's what we did. We called
Brad, stuff, right?
okay.
Oh, what? Yeah, and she's been watched.
She's been watched, but it's not just that.
You know, wake up, Beaver, you're in the sun for that. Call him and talk to him. And he's got consequences.
You know, sometimes they increase position is not correct. If you go lighter, the only one is every other
You mean the cream?
Once it's completed, I can give a little, not right now, once I'm building something up, just shut the sheet up. Would you like working overnight?
It's tough at first.
Yeah, oh no, but you learn a lot, you know.
Yeah, I do.
does go out of their way to try to be still and sort of see it as a source for a lot of the stories that there are a number of stories that you see that do actually see that you may have seen in the air. So she's our last best hope right now. It's warning people.
So our most recent wire is on that was done at midnight.
Let me leave you with Jill leaves on the 11th. So in theory, it might be that where's Cindy or whoever? She may go on vacation.
You want to go to Vice TV? I'll show you.
The other thing, and this
I need to see if Ben Anderson with the BBC. Is there a Ben Anderson with the BBC?
Adam Levine.
I have to look at that.
Afghanistan.
Oh.
Let me look for Star Recipe.
What is it?
Looking for stories to do. Obviously, the U.S. military.
Yeah, I'll shoot VICE TV. VICE TV. And it, go. Let it all wind up.
VICE.
Yeah, separate TV. Oh my God, girl.
Just be aware of.
Let me wind up. Turn on your volume.
Good news. How you
Go see that one right there. Look at this one right here. 2 of 2. 2 of 2. No, video. That's load up. Wide shot.
serious.
International West.
I know I'm not.
Sure, just a second.
Those meetings that I'm so habitually late to that.
Beijing on the phone. She wants to talk to the person that's talking to the
That happened many times over. You think you can wrestle over and never pop up and attack again. And then they're sitting down inside the courtyard next to the comes out there and gets
The first thing they do in the break into fighting is the A&A go get stoned.
Yeah.
Are they getting stoned on opium, or are they getting stoned on hash or pot?
They smoke a lot of hash. We did a bit of hash or opium, but it was one of them.
That guy looks thin. That's opium for sure.
I don't understand how it's like it moves about. It might be worse, but I love it. As soon as they get 2 minutes, they start smoking and passing it around. They're laughing, joking, and then a minute later they're running
One way
into
to
the toilet.
tolerate. One way to tolerate the condition. Well, that's not bad. That's what BBC WBS is a German station.
He was so sad. He went outside, stood up, and saw the view of the Taliban, aimed up into the sky, a bullet fired the magazine off his gun, and he just stood back off the ground, laughed, and walked back inside.
It's great. It's the best I've seen of what versus in bed with the British. Like, here's the
You haven't got enough ammunition to fire bursts like that. It's not burst. Not burst. Take questions from the captain and the firing at empty.
That happens all the time. You hear this massive burst of gunfire, everyone in the Brits go, I'm shooting at anything, and you hear someone shout back, no. You saw that time and time again.
Can't really identify the enemy. Trying to tell the A&A that.
Gina? Stop the zero on 2.
Around left. Get up there back on space maybe. We need to start bringing in resupplies of lots of food and especially ammunition. We're running there, yeah. Always a lot more now. But we need to come back to that. Carry 3 litres per man for the last one we've been on the dose. After each morning, around 11 o'clock. Yeah, 3 litres.
How hot is it right now? It's over 50 degrees, which is like, I don't know, 120 degrees or 115 degrees Fahrenheit. So but you're wearing flak jackets and helmets, so your balls are sweating. It's the thing. And you don't have any water.
He owns the side. Yeah.
I don't have the number.
He's going to say the Taliban showed that the Afghanis got all stoned and shit out of them and pull back when they run a counter retreat, they go colorful.
So what the Taliban are doing now is they'll shoot a couple shots, get the A&A to go crazy, stone, shoot all their guns off, and then when you have to retreat to get more bullets, they're going to kill you.
Yeah, that could be the Taliban tactic to the entire country. They know it doesn't cost much for them to stay there and stay fighting. They know it costs Britain and America and everybody else a lot to be there. So they don't think they can pay for it. No problem. So Veritas will fight for 10 years, like when you would say, let's go for a drink, let's go for a drink.
So here's the deal. I got to go a couple ways. Either I go to BBC and see if these guys still on payroll or if it's a contract employee that gets paid for documentary, or I go to BBS and say, I want to come play ball with us. In other words, tap in and this other guy come on and show these people. And talk about it. I'm not trying to jam it in the next hour, but I'm thinking this is the best footage I've ever seen. I think it's from 08. Again, that's the part I want to find out. But it wouldn't matter if it was 08 or 09 or 07. It's still an indication of what's going on. The guy is, I just looked up on BBC. He's on their site with like documentary. I don't know what he's Mike Gatt. And here's why I think he may be, because they introduced him to BBC. He has a German accent. I don't know if the BBC would offer this up. Yeah, I don't think they'd offer this up. Not BBC. So, just chase it a bit. I'm not trying to jam it on today, but I'll buy it tomorrow. Even if
Fine, how are you doing?
Hey, Christine, did I get back to us on that email?
Yesterday.
About, Barbara?
Yeah.
You want me to call him?
Oh. You guys would you know, love how they dress up. Well, you don't look. No, we have. Oh, that's our video. I don't have anybody who can do that.
Just go back.
This is from YouTube. Live video. Can you not? We cannot use live video, right? Do you use live video? Well, there's Press TV.
I thought it wouldn't because it's only what's the dimensions of the part. So let's look at the other one.
They speak Farsi. I don't have anybody, but I'm trying to tell you that what we can do is check the media source.
Hey, it's Miriam. Is it Ryan?
He didn't speak very long. It was not a long speech. You know, it happened at 1 o'clock, right? Yeah. Only, it's very, yeah, it's very short speech, trust me. You know, considering how long it's a short one, yeah. What did he do? He had yeah. What did he do? What was the funny part? Mom. That should be on Press TV. Which tape are you right
Yeah, go back. Yeah, so you got 11 to 15 tapes.
I'll look at that one, you look at the other one, okay? What is your number? Okay. 816. Richard Davis?
Well, actually, you could do the video plus.
Talia.
I mean, it's, they roll on that, so all you need to do is
Yes.
it can be done especially this time of year. Well, it makes sense to get it like one.
We have somebody for it.
And that way you don't wait. Yeah, once you wait.
We wish we did. No problem.
Holly? Just a minute.
What?
Sure, one moment. Cass, line 2 is a local call.
Christine, Carl's on one.
Oh, I know what that means now. You know what I mean? I just didn't give her a name. I would give her
Good for you.
I know what that means now. You need to score that.
International lesson. Sophie? Hi. Okay, just a second. Cindy, Kevin is on 4.
We'll get that for you. What time do you have with them lunch? Okay, that's this hour. Okay, thank you so much. We'll get that for you.
And we'll call him at this same number. Or if you wish to, email him with the information, I can give you his email address. It's bruce.connor@turner.com. Correct. Turner.com. He's an assignment editor. He's on the assignment desk, but he does the future, what we can plan to come. So he could see there would be entry.
They have great stories in the interviews about it.
We take the package, so either way.
The lead-in, they were talking about skin cells. I hadn't even gotten there.
It's right at the end of the coverage. And then before it happened, they were talking about it. Yes.
I'll print it out for you now. I think Julian Rush is the only one. I just want to hear what you think.
You know what? I don't want to go to
No, see, that's what's the They haven't done it. They've taken stem cells from embryos that were made for fertility. The next step would be to take skin cells and turn them into some of the stem cells and then make it. But they haven't done that yet. That's what they want to do. So that's why this whole thing, I don't like it. They're can't think of anything.
What if that's one of these?
Well, she's saying they turned it into any internal.
Okay.
But the way I heard it, they took these
Well, the
steps,
sooner the better we can get
made
it
them
on, honestly.
and they only extracted the ones that
Get that.
but the lead
Yeah, I think it's stuff because she's very precise. But Laura's very good. She's very. Yeah. She's not. Oh, send me whatever you have.
much better brush,
Yeah, great. Those captions, and then we'll isolate the segments. And then what's the deal? They've got all the tape and feed it.
you get another piece of it.
Have you seen the video request form or something?
I don't normally do that.
I like this one. If you give me an email all the time, because I can compile that.
All right, yeah. But I know how to feed the market to like New York. I don't know how to do that to London as well.
Yeah. I mean,
Check as well, that's the
and say they're coming from your order, I'll do it. If not,
Yes, because otherwise we got to put the stuff on tape and it takes twice as long, which is why it makes more sense to do it here. That, when you look at it that way, you're taking 3 times as much time.
We can do it from a BP video player. I know that in the dub room, they can connect that into one of these 2 IP lines, or we can take it from, or we can do it from tape. There are two machines over here.
When they're ready to
Yeah.
They ask me, they call me and see, right? About how much material are you?
10 minutes.
International desk. Sophie?
We're talking maybe
Hi.
That's fine. I'd like to know that. And just
No, let me see. Hold on a second.
2 o'clock, those lines are tied up for request show. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'll transfer you. 1 second.
Do we tell the teams to send it via BP or how do we do it?
we just tell them to send it.
They will call me and ask for a line.
Much quicker than doing it.
If you just say we need to feed this to London and they go, what? Then we got a problem.
Yeah, they call me all the time.
Good.
Stuff to London.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are we the only thing Saudi? Do you want me to call him? I'll call him if you want. Okay, no worries. I'm on the Iranian TVs right now, so.
Because he was confused with how I can still call him.
If he's a democratically elected leader, anyone who's a democratically elected leader, then yes.
And how can we still call it a coup?
Because it was the military that did it. They imposed a democratically elected leader
Okay, so since they exiled a democratically elected leader, but weren't they allowed to do that because of what he was doing? But I think, isn't it in their constitution that they can do that?
I don't know that much about their constitution, to be honest.
That's what I was trying to understand it, and that's what I read. So
I don't know.
Who can I talk to?
I'm not sure right now. I'm trying to find out.
I'm trying to look up poverty. But
But
can I I'm good. I'm just No, for Colin. It's Jennifer. Sorry.
Stick around. 10 o'clock, okay? Okay, I'll see you then. Thank
You feel free to send me information if I come across something that can be otherwise so many genitals.
It said,
Animation, I thought it was pretty. I'm not even
Yeah. I don't know what. I had skis on. I remember
We'll give you the highlights, but it's in there.
I would like decorate.
Sophie, are you doing something? I need your help. This is I just got this. There's a program here that appeared on Press TV. It's a half-an-hour program. This is Iran Today. Okay. I need the ins and outs of time codes on this tape, as it is on this tape. And if you can just start to just in and out for me, in whatever in and out is. I'm going to have it in just in media source. We can only do our shot sheet after we get the ins and outs.
The ins and outs, just the show.
When the program starts and ends.
Okay, so it'll just be one in the point.
Exactly at this time. Yeah.
Can I just do it over?
You can do whatever you like. You can do whatever. But make sure it is at the very beginning of this tape. There is some extra programming. Then it goes into Iran Today. It's talking about Western media and post-election coverage. So it's like a half an hour.
Okay, so an in point and an out point.
The out point, yes. Can you just quickly write the in point down and then fast forward and get these out points? Thank you so much.
Yes. I don't was to kind of equate, I know they've taken a big stand, but I was going to actually ask. Oh, it is? Now, I think that's here, the classified ones. Okay. Now, I do have the manpower at the end of the technical stuff. Okay. And I think that's what we have to do. Just to let you know. Okay, 255. We'll be done. Okay, cool. Well, I will email Gina references. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
It might be an
Line one.
And then he says something that I forgot to name or take control.
And then later on we'll find, later on, 410 we'll find Larry, whatever.
And I need Henry to talk about it.
Great.
Jen, how are you?
So I didn't say hello. Hi.
How are you?
Were you fun to meet? Was it happy to be at home?
It was. It was brief, but it was good.
You should go back.
I think so. No. I will. When, I don't know. But it was nice. I know.
No, I was
And I think you're holding back.
No, you do. So I was like, is that makeup or is that like really good moisturizer?
No. It's thank you for holding back. It's easy because now that I know.
But no, it was half sincere and half funny. Said sincerely. But it was half sincere. Like, you look nice.
I would say.
Wasn't. Oh.
No. I would say 80%. Even at 20%.
What is so funny?
Reza,
I'm joking.
That's what up to 40.
Push Here it is. I got it out too. There are demonstrations all over the world tomorrow.
Got a Shark Day standing by there.
Thank you. Thank
Was there any other info?
That's all we need. Just a G8, yeah.
Looks like it's the top of the page.
Yeah, did you look at the script?
Yeah.
That's all.
Okay.
Opening on top, that's it.
Okay.
Hi, Mike.
I'm so surprised you sent that message. It's nice of you.
No, I just remembered. I was reading the list followed by the question back and I forgot about you. I had my cool too. It's totally safe now. I can see that. It's been like 8 years.
He's married.
Yeah, that was going to come out of her mouth right there.
I know.
Sucker.
I would never admit to it. I would never admit. I would never. Mike?
Yeah.
He's not here. He's not
I'm
here.
going to go back to my seat now. And,
It's been so long.
The customer Jen, take it as a compliment.
if it came from anybody, I'd take it.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't have any room to be picky. I mean, anyway, you were not mean. I actually thought you were pretty close. But did they get that stuff? Is that how you do it?
They did. Thank you so much. And if we weren't here, she would actually be receiving it today, but we have to do it she's on embed and rush a little bit. So we'll give her 12 hours.
Okay, cool. Sure.
I think I had a crush on every single male in the building at one time. Jerry, Pierre, so
Okay.
When are you gonna have? Is it spa Arabi or in English?
I'm working on it right now.
Thank
Sorry, I just had to remove.
No problem.
Oh, a job. Okay. Oh, really?
Is the new show gonna run that soundbite?
Now, so, what is the
It's only 20 minutes.
yeah.
I tried again.
That's not good.
01 or 9?
Okay.
Yeah. 4.
Then do we not put it on?
I think so.
I'll check. I'm reading to
I'll let you know when that comes.
Thank you. How to feed stuff to London? No. But what would I have to do to do it?
I'll get the DA to do it.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Well, so I'll find out how to do it if you want. Satellites? Oh, okay.
That's right. And the parachute, you got parachute. Yeah, that's right. Maybe this is.
All right,
Expect to tell more than 100,000 pounds. Yeah,
Well, when I left here and we're talking about it obviously being well past midnight their time, they were still stuck in the airport, so I don't know. You haven't heard from them since
I
then?
went through the tape, they don't have it. Probably it happened at the beginning of the I watched them.
I mean, they are, my understanding of where they
I
were
watched one
is
part, he watched the other
they're
part.
under
I
U.S.
couldn't see
military
it.
force protection at the airport location where
Well,
they were,
I'll
so
get
unless
you-
that place was overrun, and it's fairly unlikely, I think. It's not exactly a forward operating base. Yeah.
Yeah,
you know,
sorry, let me be part of this conversation. When did they take off?
when I left here, they still had not taken off.
And but they were already at Boston.
Yeah, and it was well after, midnight, and they were still waiting for their flight.
Okay, so when you left yesterday, they were still at Boston.
Yeah, that was
Thank
based
you.
on a conversation about an hour and a half before I actually left. We hadn't heard any updates from them.
You talked to who?
I talked to,
Hi.
I emailed with Mary.
Mary said yes. So since you haven't had any email that they left, you haven't had any-
I haven't had a single email from them.
on the evening shift, is there any news about them?
Oh, I was on the evening shift. No, I didn't speak to them here from the number.
No. They need to get
Okay, sounds good.
Listen, if they're okay, I'm going to assume because they're under protection that they are, that they may just be exhausted because they're sitting,
Yeah, but you
overnight.
check out.
We
I'm
absolutely,
before I'm checking in
right,
for Ryan.
What were you,
absolutely
Robin?
phone calls far more often than that.
I mean,
And
it's
the
not.
other thing is just editorially, we're a live network. We need to hear from people. We don't go to do packages and come back and then all together packages for 2 days
But
later.
don't tell me, I get all that. I'm just saying, the first story allowed to do something like this without anticipating
Cindy, I know you get that. It's not even might be meant to. It's like as soon he is talk to her and tell her that because clearly she's missing something. I just have I'm frustrated that I haven't been able to even talk to her.
It's not. I said it's not. We're all waiting to hear if it's live.
Is there anybody here called these sandals? Anybody who never
That would be of interest to you? No, it was very, because both Lisa and Sarah are out, it ended up being a very long conversation with Sarah too about why we do what we do at GA. Sarah's frustrated that there were interview opportunities that we had requests, but aren't happening. So that conversation dragged on for quite a long time. Then we spent most of the rest of the time talking about next issues. Jamie introduced himself and he produced it on the and one thing he said that was very interesting is they're planning to try, rather than vertically in the same hour-long show, hit on themes. They're experimenting with striking it across a week or a 3-day series. So if you have like next week we'll have kidney trade. So that was he was very friendly. The rest of it was just what's on tomorrow next week.
Yes.
Why is there, who is our freshman?
With what?
Who is their freshman?
With Spev, primarily, Spev is supposed to be working for both networks and that they pretty much take their U.S.-centric, in this case, maybe the
Holly, do you think this is a good source?
her frustration was that they have a really good interview possibility, and Spev can't free up because of their live rota and can't free up a call meeting with those leaders. So she wanted to bring that up. She was a little bit steamy, but she wants to bring that up at some point after we're out of this future discussion on how to cover it.
International Wrestling. Sure, just a second. There's Muscat in Pakistan is on too. Muscat in Pakistan is on too.
We're sitting here.
But I'm checking something with Teresa first. I need to know the consultant getting it to me. She's a little clear what's going on. Tina, line 3.
Bruce, what's the person, the professor? I need the information about her index. We're talking to her at all.
For Index, what do you mean?
I need, like, they're supposed to go down there for that press side.
2 presses over the course of 2 days.
She sent me that.
Returns. I can send you what she sent me. It's 1 sentence. I just told you.
No, but when she was proposing to
Press conference on the 8th and a press conference on the 9th. This is happening in Harmony. I'll send you what information she sent.
thank you.
You're forgetting in this that she had conversations primarily with Earl and Teresa. Yeah, hey. Any word on Michael's package and Anderson Cooper. I guess Friday. So, as far as we're concerned. Perfect. All right. Thank you.
And you don't even know about what levels of papers and
What?
Yes, yes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, that was expectation. I believe you get a expectation.
Yes, Lester, I'm so sorry. Teacher was bringing this up.
Very good. I don't think
Yeah, I know we did hard to know it. Hold on, one second. Applied with whom? With the BJ position? Okay. Well, let me find out. I'll call you. Okay. 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 Okay, sure. Hello? Okay, hold on, Nick. 1 second. Line one. Line one is Nick. She's sending Nick. How do you flow through? Where is he? You do not help me? Okay.
CNN, yeah, put it through the CNN.
What happened? Did you say? Did somebody take care of Nick?
I'm just saying.
No, I'm not. I agree.
Is this for Nick? Okay, alright, put him through, I'll put him through. Oh, he's Alright, my friend, just stay. I'm a coordination line with
Natalia, what?
on the coordination line with Pakistan.
Oh, that's fine. Okay, that's good. Okay, can you offer him up for the master?
Hello? Hi, I'm calling you from CNN. Fine, how are you doing? Yeah, I do. Can I just put him up on hold for 1 second, okay? Thank you. I want to also make sure that hello? Ashtalia. Hi, can you take Nick after Nick on Islamabad? Taliban Little Hut? He's live on CNI right now. Can you quickly find out?
Yeah, let me put you on with Emer. I know that Emer was looking for you a little bit earlier. Hold on 1 second if you would. Thanks.
Hi.
Julie Beijing, please.
Hi, Margie. Look, Nick is on the CNI right now, doing a story on Taliban leader Hurt with new developments. Can you take him after CNI? Hello? Hi. Sorry, is your name Tia?
Hey, Jen.
Hold on, 1 second. I'm so sorry. What are you doing, Jen? Talking to Can you guys, are you guys going to get the vaccine? Okay, thank you. I'm on the phone on my other ear as well. Just say yes or no. Let's see what's up. Can I take you? Okay, great. There is more very ISB for him. So let's see what's going to take you. Once you know what time now. He is Islamabad. My name is Adelia.
Yes. She's the only CNN reporter in Afghanistan.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, it's easy. Because I got it, but the easy. Yeah, hold on 1 second. What ISP do you guys want to know? Yes. 26, 26, I'll count it for you. Okay, can you transfer him to ISP 26? I'm sending him to you now. ISP 26.
Yes, I just went.
Okay, you guys have a thing to read. You take it So, I was told you just came back from Iran. Have you heard? Are you hearing anything about what's happening in Iran right now? When did you come back? We are not. But there's several packages on this picture. You cannot take them like So, but you know what they're saying right now is not going to be. Tomorrow is going to be like a regular administrative day. You know, it's a half a day. People are going to be work. You know, but they're aware. You know, everybody. There are plans for people to demonstrate. There's so many rumors out there. You know, some people are. Some people are. Silent demonstration, and you do not take any cell phones. There are rumors some people are going to change certain things green, or we're trying to weed out what is happening, and there will be
First name is Tia, that's A-T-I-A. Last name, yeah, Tia, exactly. And last name, Abawi, A-B-A-W-I. We only know that she's on embedded west of me in Helmont.
Going to all 3 weeks. Oh my goodness, so they're like on a vacation. He's on the list. Are you able to do I've been doing the Iran stuff since day one. So you can do your email, whatever you have to make. Okay. You also need to be careful when you're putting things on the internet. And and Facebook or whatever you want to do. We are very careful. We don't want to help the government to really catch these people. They are, there's a new gagged up our internet site where they can keep people. They're your basic demonstrators. They want to, they're isolating them, saying, look, we are looking for these duplicators. These innocent people who participated in peaceful demonstrations, and some of them got hurt. So, that's something I tell people to be on alert.
Yes, 519, much better.
Stories I didn't really.
Yes,
Okay, Scott, I can look for you now. Ash, are you done? Alright, hold on 1 second. That is all. That is all. That is all. Are you talking to me? Yeah. Okay, great. I'm getting Scott. Okay, let me wait for me to check. I'm going to hang up here. Thank you so much.
Jennifer, that's Jennifer.
Hold that up.
And then there's a dot, and then there's a C as in yeah. And another period. My last name. A-T-O.
that's going to put anybody in danger. We are very careful about it, but we don't know, what your brother looks like or people, so I would make sure that you before you distribute to anybody, you take all the precautions necessary. Because this is a serious business, we know how serious it is.
Neighbor. Eli just walked over and wanted to talk to him about Australia.
I think maybe somebody might have reached out to you.
Sure.
Speaking of Tia, so I have a bunch of messages. There's in a call. But the thing is, everyone says that they're not going to take information for it. And they don't have to do it. So you don't have to show up to do
Bye, Ron. Take care. Bye. Says he's in Avion. Kind of British stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we asked them.
Jen, I have a dentist appointment.
It is, but these are young people
If Cindy wonders where
that relate to the revolution, but you're seeing what's happening in the world. This is what I am feeling. They want freedom. They want a life, different life than what they're getting. My name is Talia, T-A-L-I-A, last name K-A-Y-A-L-I. So my email is talia.Rialli, T-A-L-I-A, right? No, not I-A, just L-I, at Turner.com. What is your email address? Right.
But it was, just
International desk.
All together. Fine and shooting.
Sorry, from IDAS?
I'm at 4487.
Okay. Okay.
My cell phone, 404.
Okay, I'll tell. Sure.
234.
Yeah, I know.
Send me whatever you have.
Well, they
And then I'm going to talk to Reza is here. Reza Saya is here. He's going to try to cover the story, Reza Saya. No. Saya, our reporter, he was in Tehran. He just came back last week. Has to leave.
which is a good idea.
Whatever you want to send, as I told you, please use precaution. Do not share anything with us that we don't want to share. Just we feel, we are very careful.
International desk.
Yeah. No worries.
Okay, just a second.
Yeah, we're not going to.
Martin is on one.
And then we'll go from there. I'm sending an email right now, so basically, you know that there's plans to go.
International desk. Oh, hold on, let me get her 1 second.
Captain Glenn. Yes, hi,
Last weekend, you mean?
Yes, I did. Are you in Kandahar too?
No, I look great. Just training every week and working out.
But even about other desires in Iran for
Sorry, I did ask him.
for different non-religious
Sure, no, I didn't mean to double up. I did ask him, should I try the other numbers I have? I didn't get a picture back. I said, feel free to try the other numbers because I got 3 numbers from log room. So definitely sorry to make it come up, but I didn't know if you guys are all seeing the least on. You have 798. Anyway, I'm very sorry.
International desk. International desk. Hello?
Ah.
International desk. Okay, 1 second. Hi.
That's perfect. So sorry,
Sorry about you
No, not you. I'm sorry. Look, I know you came through body. It's like, you know.
Now, here's the thing, I just want to, it's the first step that's international.
Look, when you say came through body, I don't know.
If they did it, they say, got it from that,
Anyway, thank you so much for all this information. I've been informed Reza and I'm glad I'm sure your family is very happy you
Hi.
moved safe and sound.
doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. Have a good day.
Thanks, you too.
Okay.
That just closed in her face.
I know.
I hate it when that happens.
I know.
So Ryan's under control with this stuff?
Should be, yeah. We were both kind of researching today, and then we're gonna compare notes. But I'll let him pretty much do everything this week, just so that. Are you going to the ethics?
I was following you.
Oh, I don't know. Fire ethics.
Yeah.
There's like no one here. Yeah. It's probably.
Sorry? Or? baskets at the table. Wonderful.
Your shirt is just lovely.
We have some here.
So many things for your hair and your eyes. How are you?
Good. Want to grab a
I'm feeling it.
Yeah. You know, I don't know if I want to face you. If I don't want to face. Well, I guess. Can I steal this chair?
I can switch here with you.
Doesn't matter. I can put it. I just feel awkward.
I want to push to the side, but he's gonna be right there.
I wonder if he's going to be using that.
Yeah, he's probably gonna be using it.
Maybe I'll go over there. Do you mind if I squeeze in over here? Thanks. Okay. How are you?
Wingfood.
I spent about $70.
Yeah. I've been working overnight, so yesterday was my first day back on the day. It's a shift.
It was like 18 CDs.
No, but I met a man when I was out for dinner that I just couldn't very by myself when I was sitting next to him. Yeah. How have you been? Good. Working on project, moving on to be fast. So I like sitting well, I can tell you and we have talent, house shows, you're pitching it. I want to hear you get president, pick your favorite. Yeah. Ready? Hi, Sophie. Hi, Sophie. Where do you work? .com. International
But what about you?
We kind of did it. You watched it after you the two playing it by ear. The audio went out for 30 minutes. Yeah, you kind of I sort of talked for us. Talking. So they were just I know it's really awkward when I talk What's the other girl? It looks like the lake.
Oh, Ariana's your roommate? She's on the desk, on the international desk, yeah. I met her last week. I was like, oh, I think that I know who I've just met her twice since I've been working at night. I've been working overnight, so there's no lunch between 10:30 p.m. and 7:30 a.m. That's why. I'm trying to go to sleep when I get back to my house around 8 in the morning. It's so bright.
Yeah. I didn't supposed to be a thing.
Yeah. It's a good experience.
You look at that, it's like you can go run in the coldest.
If I ran.
No, because it gets off the night.
I go for walks. I didn't bring any lunch.
What'd you do for the 4th? I went to Pittsburgh for the weekend. But yeah.
I was here.
How was
I ran
it?
the PGA.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I ran with friends.
How long what was that?
It's a 10K.
Oh, not bad. How'd you do?
I mean, yeah, we did well. We ran it like an hour and 8 minutes, and we ran about 5 miles.
Pretty good.
So many people.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, it's the biggest thing.
It was a lot of people. Yeah, I got a ticket like the day before I went. It was cheap.
Good.
So.
And being able to live in those different Kristen's already there.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can I have everyone seat at the seats, please? We're going to get started. Can you all hear me okay? This is a big room, this is a big crowd. It's very exciting. Everyone being here today. Just want to welcome everyone here this afternoon to the Ethics in Media. And for some of you, I'm sure you've been to this before, but this is a wonderful class. This is going to be facilitated by Richard Griffiths. He is the editorial director of The Road. And I tell you what, this is not just going to be a class you sit here and just go through a seminar. This is going to be a very interactive class. So I hope and wish everyone will participate. So what I'm going to do now is go ahead and turn it over to Richard Griffiths.
Thank you. So in my survey of this side of the room, we found that there's one from the Netherlands, and one from Cameroon, and a whole host from Fulton County. But I didn't get to check this side of the room because, I got talking. I did find one guy from Brighton, which is in the UK. You came from Shanghai. Okay, well, you might get the award for the first. Notice it's the very last table which is sitting up at the front. All right. This lecture came out of a series of lectures we did for CNN employees a number of years back. After something happened, we screwed up. You might not think that CNN ever screws up, but in fact, we make mistakes just like everybody else. You guys have all made mistakes, right? Sorry?
No.
Yeah. There we go. This is an interactive class. That means I need to interact. And so to make this work, I'm going to take you through a series of episodes, and we're going to talk through how we're going to handle each of these episodes. And at the end, I'll tell you how CNN handled it, and for good or for ill, and perhaps how we should have handled it, or whether we handled it the right way. There are no right or wrong answers to so much of this, because a lot of this is subjective. And what I hope you will take away at the end of this session is the fact that in order to get to the right place on so many of these issues, you have to be able to talk it through with other people, right? You can't just, I'm going to do that. You have to have a conversation, because out of a conversation comes the alternatives that allow you to get to the right place. Okay, so that's the overarching thing. And then the second one is that not every rule fits in every situation. So you can have a whole set of rules, you can have a big, thick book, but the reality is that, as you know, the world is complicated and messy and difficult to work in sometimes. And so we have to be able to adjust to the realities. The images I'm about to show you, many of them are hard to look at. Some of them, in fact, are really hard to look at. If you are looking at something and you find that you're uncomfortable, you just close your eyes or look down. I won't get into case about it. But it's important to see some of this stuff. People may not be able to make that decision. What I'm asking you to do here is to step into the role of the CNN manager, the CNN employee, and think about these editorial decisions from that perspective, but also not to forget that, just like all of us here, you're also a viewer. So you're thinking about these things from both the perspective of the employee, but also of the viewer. You don't check yourself at the door, check what you grew up with at the door to have this session. Right, so the first thing I'm going to show you, anybody know who Ennis Cosby was?
Oh, yeah.
Anybody know who Ennis Cosby is? Yes, ma'am.
That was Bill Cosby's son.
That's exactly right. So let's go to our coverage of the day that Ennis Cosby died. Ennis Cosby was killed in Los Angeles, part of a number of people who were shot by the side of the 405 freeways in Los Angeles. He had a nice car and was shot dead. This is a piece of our reporting from that morning where we first laid out what had happened.
Of course, the son of actor Bill Cosby, Ennis William Cosby, has been shot to death. Police say his body was found this morning outside his Mercedes-Benz by a motorist. The shooting apparently happened after he stopped to change a flat tire on the San Diego freeway. Police say Ennis Cosby died of a single gunshot wound and that a white male suspect was being sought.
I heard gasps. Who gasped? Somebody gasped. You gasped. Why did you gasp? You weren't expecting it. Speak up so everybody can hear you. You weren't expecting. Why weren't you expecting that?
Because I usually don't see dead bodies on the news.
Speak up so everybody can hear you. We're going to have to make this, because it's a big room, a lot of people.
I usually don't see dead bodies on the news.
Don't usually see dead bodies on the news. What did we see there? Blood. What else did we see? Yeah, it's probably a police photographer of some sort, right? Taking bodies, trying to keep evidence.
And then the very awkward posture, which sort of deafening pain.
Right. So we're now seeing Ennis Cosby dead by the side of the road. Did we make the right call showing that? What do you think? No. Somebody said no. Who said no? Why did you say no?
Because I guess
Speak up so everybody can hear you.
I just feel like that it wasn't like appropriate because I really can't explain why I just don't think
Not appropriate. What's another?
Well, if you think about the family of the victim, would you ever want to see your loved one in that position? I mean, that's just...
So we're now thinking about the family. Ennis Cosby's family. Who is Ennis Cosby's family? Bill Cosby. Okay. Well, wait a minute. We've got great pictures. These are great pictures, right?
Yeah.
So why would we not show those pictures on here?
Because you have to think about the family. And it causes the audience to be desensitized to
Do we think about Michael Jackson's family when we show pictures of him dancing on the stage the day before he was killed, or before he died?
So those weren't tragic.
They were poignant. There were pictures published on the web of him in the emergency room. Is there a problem with those? I'm playing devil's advocate here with you a little bit. Do we always think about the family when we make decisions like that?
No,
Why? Why should we?
Because family constitutes just the individual that is the victim of the situation. We don't think of families then in a way we are bringing that individual, we portray that individual in a negative light. But once family is considered into the whole package, more often than not, we tend to portray the lesser evils of the situation.
So you're saying that if we think about the family, we might put it in the story in a more positive light and somehow play it a different way. He was murdered, right?
Not necessarily, but we shouldn't definitely point out. We shouldn't
Why
show
is-
the dead body. You know.
Why is this a story? Can somebody give me a quick synopsis? Oh. He's not. Dennis Cosby isn't a public figure.
His daddy is.
His daddy is. Right. So somebody who's in journalism school here? Raise your hand if you're in journalism school. Okay, I need somebody in journalism school to give you a one-sentence summary of this story. Go ahead. Somebody heard the magic words.
Bill Cosby's son dies or is shot.
Yeah, you're close.
Murder.
You're close. More. Why is it important? Why do people care about this story?
His only son.
No, that may be the case. I'm not sure. But what's going on with Bill Cosby at this moment is why we care. Son of a famous entertainer killed, father in pain. Right? Isn't that really what's going on here? We care about this not because we know anything about Dennis Cosby, but because we now know that somebody we love, a famous entertainer, Bill Cosby, is in pain. Right? Isn't that the nature of the story? Do we need those pictures to convey that? How do we get those pictures? Helicopter shot. Right? How did the helicopter get the pictures?
Satellite feed.
No, the helicopter didn't get it by a satellite. How did the helicopter get those pictures? What's that?
Camera attached to the
Camera attached to the helicopter. Okay, tell me about how that camera got that image.
Just sort of a ball that, like helicopter, the camera's in there. And it's
Yeah, or what's the technology that allows the camera to get that image? Yes? Zoom lens. How does the zoom lens get that image? I'm pushing you guys in the technology here.
Telephoto.
It's so obvious. Who has a still camera in your pocket or your purse? Okay, pull it out. I bet you anything. Is it a new one? No, that's good. Okay. What's on that?
I just have a comment that it's an invasion of privacy when you have to use that kind of technology.
Maybe. Okay, let's look at this camera. Let's see if it's got it. YouTube capture mode. This one does not have it. So many of these cameras now have what's called IS, image stabilization. You know where image stabilization came from? The Palestinians were sneaking across into Israel to do terror attacks, so the Israelis developed devices that they could put in their aircraft and on their drones and on their helicopters that would stabilize lenses so they could get pictures of those sneaky terrorists coming across the border. Right? So when they did that, they said, oh, wait a minute, we can market that technology. We can take that technology and we can put it out there. And so they sold the rights to manufacture the patents, and they allowed Fujinon and Canon and all these other lens makers to develop technology that allowed for image stabilization. Well, at this particular moment, this was the first time CNN had run into these images, these kinds of images. Here you have a helicopter sitting at 5,000, 6,000 feet. It's almost a mile up, right? And it's shooting down. And it's got that. New technology can present ethical problems before you even know that it's coming about. So in this circumstance, not only do we have a confusion over whether the video is even necessary for the story, but we have got over the front of our skis and being able to manage that technology, right? Does that make sense? So this new technology, we've got it. Local affiliates shot this stuff. It's fed in. And up until now, helicopter aerials, you can't see anything in a helicopter aerial. It's too high up. Now, you can see his face and the blood trickling from his hair. Right? So the technology allowed CNN to put its foot in it. Now, we've agreed that for this story we don't necessarily need... Is there agreement? Raise your hand if you agree we don't need these pictures for this story. Okay. Should we apologize for what we've just done?
I mean, yes and no. I don't. At the same time, doesn't somebody have to portray what actually happened? You can write an article describing what was there and how, but isn't that the most effective way? I mean, people get shot that way all the time.
Well,
shouldn't somebody show it in that format?
Is it relevant to the story?
I feel like
Speak up, so everybody can hear you in the back.
I feel like in addition to the image itself was unnecessary, and thus like if it were just strictly we're trying to portray like this is what happened, it was a bloody scene in context of the overall tragedy, like the other people that were killed, then maybe not so much. Maybe you wouldn't necessarily need to have an apology, but I feel like the verbal aspect of it coupled with the image of it made it sensationalized. It really wasn't even, like you were saying that this happened, it was like 34 other people were killed. Well, it's this one person, the language that was used in there, the issues that were brought up were really irrelevant. So yes, I would apologize because not only have you presented this image early on before the family has had time to like deal with it and grasp the situation, but you've also exploited him in a sense.
I'm now going to run another fun fact into this equation. A friend of mine worked at Turner Classic Movies for quite a while. He was the program manager there. And one day he got this phone call from a guy who he thought was one of his old buddies, pretending to be Bill Cosby. And ring, ring, this is Bill Cosby, and he hung up on him. And the guy calls back and says, no, this is really Bill Cosby. And yeah, sure, and hung up on him. A second time, third time, he calls back and says, look, this is really Bill Cosby. This is my number in Los Angeles. Just call and check me out. So the guy said, oh boy, calls him up, and sure enough, it was Bill Cosby. And Bill Cosby loved Turner Classic Movies so much because of what TCM had done to restore the MGM Film Library, that he was volunteering to do commercials for TCM for $1 a year. Just pay my expenses. I'll do some commercials for you because I just love what you're doing. I love how you're bringing these old movies back. And I think it's really important for the culture for us to have these things. So they did that. Now, the commercials were magnificent. They were film noir. Everybody knows what film noir is. Those old Chicago gangster-style movies. So he did commercials in that genre with Bill Cosby sort of doing the Sam Spade effect. And they were fantastic. And they were running when this was going on the air. So now we have a business relationship between a Turner company, Turner being the parent company of CNN, TCM being a sister organization within the Turner universe, and Bill Cosby. So we now have a business relationship between Turner, the parent company, and Bill Cosby. Should we now apologize? Should it make a difference? Yes.
The question, when you apologize, do you apologize to Bill Cosby or to the audience? Or to the
well, that's a good question. What do you think? To the family. You're saying the family. You're asking the question both.
I say just to the family and not disregard the audience, but I don't think you need to make a public on-air apology to the audience because the most important people are the family. And that was a graphic image that some viewers might not have wanted to see, but at the same time, I think that was.
But a lot of parents might not want their kids to see such a visual image. Since it's a public.
Right. Was there any kind of warning before we went into this? Yeah.
I think that if it's offensive enough to offend the family or people who might have been close to him, that you should just go ahead and give a blanket apology to everyone that viewed it. And it is disturbing enough that viewers at home who did not know him would be offended by it and feel like they did.
I feel like an on-air apology might bring more attention to the story itself, even though people might not think that it's appropriate. But apologizing on air might make it even a bigger story than it actually was.
So you're saying no apology because it'll make it worse than it already is?
No on-air apology.
No on-air. So you're saying write a letter?
Perhaps.
Write a letter. Yeah. speak up. So, does anybody have a problem with the business thing getting in the way here, thinking? I mean, aren't we panicking? Oh my God, we're going to screw up a business relationship? We don't apologize? Don't we need to apologize for that? I mean, we need to get the apology out faster?
Well, two companies aren't related, though. I mean, they are related by the parent Turner, but TCM has no control over what CNN shows.
Okay, but one of their executives is probably going to be pretty ticked off and calling over to talk to Jim Walsh and say, "What have you done?" I'm just playing devil's advocate.
No, right.
So, what should Jim say?
Jim should say sorry. We didn't expect it to happen, and I'll personally call Bill Cosby and apologize.
So we should cave in on the editorial to say that it's a fact.
There's the same problem, it's not for nothing that John Travolta got extorted for the money for his son, because I think for a parent it really hurts that everybody in the world can see how your son is dead on the floor. So it's not for nothing that also the son from John Travolta, they extorted him for money, for the images of him when he was dead. So I think they definitely should apologize, because it has a huge impact on people, and if they call Bill Cosby, it will be like, yeah, too late. The whole world already saw it.
I have a lot of problems with having Turner Classic Movies tell us what we should or shouldn't be doing editorially. I think we have to protect CNN's integrity, right? So our integrity is such, our editorial integrity is such that I'm not sure that I would want us to be apologizing as a result of that business connection. Anybody disagree with that? You clearly do.
What would CNN gain from showing that? Not, I understand reporting the story, but showing that body, CNN doesn't really gain.
I think you make a valid point. I mean, I'm not sure that. I think there are several issues here. One, did we make the right call showing it? I think most people here are agreeing, probably not, right? Is that the sentiment? Based on the two. Next issue is, okay, now that we've made the mistake of showing it, how do we handle the cleanup? And what should be the drivers for the cleanup? Is it the business angering Bill Cosby, or is it the relationship with our viewers, or is it some combination of both?
As I was saying on the satellite situation, I mean, with that being pretty much in the 80s or early 90s, not having the Twitters and the Facebooks and everything, it would probably go past that if it was a package or if it was live, because it's in the director's hands. It's in the producer's hands to take to that shot. How long did they stay in the shot? All that has to be involved in regards to, if it was a live shot or if it was a package. If it was a package, then there's a whole different story.
Yeah, well, this was a VO, not a package. Yeah, it fed in, they turned it around, they put it on the air. They use something called videotape. Anybody heard of videotape? Yes, sir.
I'm just wondering, is CNN the only one that had this video, or did other networks?
Well, it came from an affiliate, so I'm sure that other people will have had it.
What did they do? Did they show it as well?
That's a very good question.
Everyone else is showing it.
Make it right, though.
Speak up, because I love what you just said.
I said that doesn't make it right just because others are showing it for you to show it. Because, there's so many comparisons that you could use. Just because someone else is doing something wrong doesn't mean it's okay for you then to go and do it.
All right, I think it's time for us to roll on to the next thing. So, raise your hands. Should CNN apologize or not? Apologies, yes. Apologies, no. Apologize to whom? Cosby? Raise your hand. Apologize to the family, to the viewers. Both. Let's see what we ended up doing.
need to back up and apologize for something that you saw on CNN here just a few moments ago when we were reporting to you about the story of the death of Bill Cosby's son beside a roadway in Los Angeles. And there was some tape that aired that showed a close-up of Ennis Crosby, and it was inappropriate to air that. It inadvertently got on the air, and we apologize for that, and to his family as well.
What is the first rule of corrections?
Get his name right.
Get his name right. Don't ever do a correction of a correction. That's the first rule. Don't screw up the correction. So there's a classic example of rushing. That was coming out of the commercial break just a few moments later. They did not make the apology based on the business connection. They didn't even know about it. They just kind of put it out there. But there were all kinds of accusations that we made the apology because of the business connection later. They just did it because they thought it was the right thing to do.
The point that I wanted to make after watching that was going back to the point that I had made about not making an apology to the viewers, is because the way that she worded that apology made an apology to the family seem insincere, because she just added "and to the family" at the very end, like the viewers were more important than the family.
Good point. So I'm going to move on now. Who knows a little bit about the Balkans War and the siege of Sarajevo? Does anybody know anything about that? Anybody know that the Olympics were held in Sarajevo? Well, the Olympics were held in Sarajevo, and within 5 years, a bloody civil war was unfolding in what was then the former Yugoslavia, with the Serbians surrounding Sarajevo, which had been the capital, and turning it into a killing zone. It was a brutal, brutal thing. And the primarily Muslim Bosnian community in Sarajevo was targeted relentlessly by the Serbian forces, who were so-called Christian. The result was an unprecedented slaughter, and there were sniper rallies. Essentially, Sarajevo was in a bowl, and with mountains around. Beautiful, beautiful city. The Serbian forces got on the hills outside, and they just fired relentlessly down into the city. On this particular day, CNN had a camera crew along with several other news organizations not too far from the Sarajevo market. It was market day. And people who know anything about Europe know that you go in and the farmers bring their food and produce and bring it to the market. You can buy everything from bananas to bras and goodness knows what else, all laid out on the tabletops, and so the market's in full sway. The whole thing's going flat out when this happens. These images are very hard to look at. Artillery shells into the market in rapid succession. They had clearly targeted the market. These were the very first images that fed into Atlanta. You're the decision makers in the newsroom. I'm going to put you in the hot seat. Doesn't make any difference. Everyone gets under my... So what do you do? You're a recruiter, but right now you're making a decision. What do you do about these pictures?
have a show.
You would show. You going to call anybody or tell anybody about it before you put them on?
I mean, I would probably have a discussion about it. I wouldn't make the call myself, but I would vote to show it.
Okay. Hold that thought. What would you do?
I see certain images in there that would definitely need to be discussed if we're going to get them on air right away.
Well, we definitely want to get it on the air right away. What are we going to do?
I think there's certain ones we can pull, like to show how the doctors were like good. Hard to watch them like scene, but the woman who wasn't.
Hand over her face.
Sorry?
The woman with the hand over her face.
Yes, I think that really conveys how much. Obviously, it's something terrible happened. So I think there are certain images we can pull without showing bodies necessarily.
What about the image of the headless corpse? Should we put that on the air?
I personally, I wouldn't.
Okay, what about loading the bodies onto that truck? Were those on the air? No? Why not?
Well,
So you don't want to alienate the viewers while you're trying to inform them. Okay.
and what if you're watching it and you see, like, this is the first time you've heard about this, and maybe this is your family member or someone you know, and this is how you found out?
Well, we are an international news organization.
Yeah.
Can't you just do a warning before? I know that for Iran, when they were showing Nada, the woman who was dying, they did Rick Sanchez did like a warning, and then he showed the images over and over again. Can't you just pull the ones that are too graphic, not show those, but show some of them and do a warning before?
I think that that's an interesting solution.
Yeah, I was just going to say the story here is that there was a massacre, so I do think some of the videos...
Ah, wait a minute. Could you say that again really loudly so everybody hears? What's the story here?
The story here is that there's a massacre.
Say it again.
The story here is that there is a massacre.
Thank you. What's happened here? What did those troops commit?
Terrorism.
No, it's not terrorism. It's state. This is state-sponsored. It's something much even more serious. It's a war crime. This is a war crime. This is where someone in uniform violated every one of the Geneva Conventions, aimed those weapons at known civilians in a market doing peaceful things, buying their vegetables, and then blew them to smithereens. Now does it change your view about what we might need to show? In the case of Bill Cosby's son, it was about the pain of the father in the death of his son. It was not so much how he died, but that he had died. Right? That he was murdered was an interesting thing, but it was Bill Cosby's in pain. In this circumstance, it's all about how these people died.
So do you think by showing those and different treatment, CNN is losing its objectivity?
How do you mean?
Well,
don't you think, how can you be not objective and not show a war crime? Do you have to give equal balance? Well, it's okay to kill these people because they are a different religion? Do you have to give balance to that?
Well, if it is not a massacre, if it is not a war crime, if you have a different treatment for that, then why we're doing this differently? Are we taking the side that we're condemning the government?
We're definitely condemning a criminal act. I think by showing it, absolutely, that's what we're doing. Are you not comfortable with us doing that?
No. But I'm just saying, is CNN going to take us so quickly take on a side on that, or you want to still portray this, portray the event in a
How can you show people being slaughtered and be objective?
Well, you can do a lot of wide shot further away, people's interview, rather than showing those.
I'm wanting to have this debate that you're raising points that a lot of the viewers want to ask, right? If we are journalists, what is our role as a journalist? What is the fundamental role as a journalist for us to do?
Tell a story.
Tell a story. Tell what's going on. There's a secondary corollary to that, right? Aid the afflicted and afflict the comfortable, to a degree, right? Is that not part of the traditional role of the journalism. So here you have someone who has committed a war crime. Do we sugarcoat it by cutting out some of those images, or do we show it all, or do we risk alienating our viewers by showing it all? Where's the line here? How do we handle this? So we give the viewers a warning. We say, okay, this is really hard to look at, but what? It's what happened is important.
You could give them the warning that it's going to be graphic, but at the same time, blur out the things that are most graphic, where it would actually show it, but you can see it in detail.
That's a potential. Speak up, everybody.
Until there was 24-hour news, it was very unnecessary. People were able to get the story by reading it. So why is it necessary now for us to serve such graphic images? And why is it that we don't take responsibility over, we have a responsibility with freedom of video, we have the freedom of anything to do that. So why is it that we don't practice that and maybe try to sugarcoat ourselves into believing that?
Did we show the pictures of people being bulldozed and raised in concentration camps in Germany after the war? So there's an example. That was before. Isn't there a power of video that transcends? I mean, part of the power of television is that it conveys an image that is so difficult to write about. Right? One of the great powers of written text is you can explain complex ideas. Right? So, that's why the television viewers look around, and I believe that newspapers, some form of newspapers, will always be around, because you have to be able to explain complex ideas. There's a reason for media too, to be able to hear voices, and to be able to understand emotion. And more than anything else, television is a visceral, base that is not possible to do. If we had written the words, Michael Jackson's 11-year-old daughter said that she hit her father. It doesn't carry anything like the power of that 30 seconds of when she got up there with her lower lip trembling and in front of everybody talked about her day. Write it like that? You can try, but I don't think you can get. I don't think you can capture it like television can. So there's a role for showing some of this stuff. Yeah.
I completely agree that it does give you that visceral reaction that is really important to grasp what's going on here. However, like CNN, being that it's carried on basic tiers now, I mean, there is that liability that children are going to flip through it and see it, and I think that as far as our credibility, maybe do something like, this is the story, and if you want to see the full coverage, go to our website, or do something where you can link it, that way kids can't accidentally flip it on and see someone. I mean, because how do you explain that to a young child who can't wrap their head around genocide?
Well, a classic example of what you're talking about is the airport network. You're sitting there at the boarding gate, about to, eating your Coke and fries that you just bought at the Wendy's on the concourse, and out comes that. Do you really want to force that on the passengers who can't turn the channel, right? Right. So there's some of that going on. You've spoken a lot, so I'm going to come. I'm going to start
just one
rationing.
Okay. I'm from a film background, so from what I see, the difference between film and television is television is to tell a story, but film is to tell a story but with emotion, to elicit emotion from the viewers.
I think that the television is also there to produce that emotional component, convey that emotional component. I think there's an emotional component here. So would you like to know how CNN handled this material? When the material came in, the supervisor saw this stuff, and the tape supervisor, again, the tape supervisor saw this stuff, and oh my God. And so she called one of the senior producers, and the senior producer went and got an executive producer. The executive producer went and got the vice president, and the vice president got another vice president and a senior vice president, and pretty soon the edit bay was full of people in dark suits and red ties, all scratching their butt, wondering what in the hell we're going to do with this thing. And somebody said, well, we need to get Tom in here, and Tom Johnson came roaring down to the edit bay. Tom Johnson was then the president. He was president for 9 years. He walked into the edit bay, looked at the material, and said, this is a war crime. We have to show every frame. We have to show every frame. We can't ignore this. And so we did it with a viewer warning. The correspondent was a guy by the name of Walt Rogers. He was with us up through the last Iraq War a little while later. He was at that time the Sarajevo bureau chief. He did an introduction to the video that talked about it being graphic. And I think there was even an anchor warning before tossing to Walt that the images were graphic. And then he described what had happened and how it was handled. And we played out the entire thing. Now, we weren't the only news organization to do that. I was at CBS News at the time, and the CBS Evening News, and we played out much of these same pictures in our report from our correspondent. They were hard to look at. But the result was, I think, that journalists around the world showed what was going on there. The result was that the UN had no option but to intervene. They had to do something. They were forced into action. The result was S4. And then later you had KFOR for Kosovo, when the same things were unfolding in Kosovo. That intervention, I don't think, would have taken place if journalists had shown what was going on there. I'm not saying this particular video or that decision by Tom Johnson turned the tide, but I think it was certainly a component of that process where journalism points out an issue, points out a problem, and then points to potential solutions. It's actually one of the things I can be most proud of as a journalist. You know, we try to show our side of humanity so we can do something about it. It's hard. It's very hard. Sometimes that means showing pictures at home where the kids, hearing that there's a viewer warning, turn up the TV sound instead of changing the channel. It's a risk. Sometimes, as a responsible journalist, we have to find that balance. Anybody disagree with our call? Yeah.
I still think you should always apologize to the family.
This is hard. You know, one of the double standards here is, oh my gosh, we had a business relationship with Ennis Crosby and we apologized for that, and we got all wringing our hands over showing those images. And yet we have no compunction at all about showing people who are dead on the other side of the Atlantic in a foreign, quote, foreign country. I think that's a legitimate criticism sometimes. It's easier for us to show, oh, well, you know, they're not us. They're not like us. And so we can show those images. That's something that you really have to find and work through. But I think there are good reasons in this case. I think we worked it through, and I think Tom made the right call fundamentally. Yeah.
For that particular case, I feel like you can have, not apologize, but state some kind of lament for the situation. You know, we're sorry this is happening, but we feel this I come from international affairs, and knowing these kinds of things, like you said, is what empowers something to happen. So we're sorry this is happening, but we feel it's important as a public informed. That's one of the biggest criticisms other countries and other societies have.
Well, you can bet your bippy that nobody in Iran was showing the pictures of the authorities beating the heck out of shooting Neda.
Exactly. It's what I'm saying. There needs to be some kind of awareness. And I feel like that showing these kinds of images, we're sorry that this is happening, but it's important that you as a citizen of the world is aware of what's going on.
Okay. Let's move on. Who's seen the movie Black Hawk Down? Excellent. Good movie? Pretty exciting? What you're about to see is a 20-second snippet of CNN's reporting from the day the Black Hawk Down happened in Mogadishu. This is Brent Sadler's reporting from that particular day. Again, there's a sequence that's a little hard to look at.
The hunters have become the hunted, US helicopters falling prey to Somali gunmen, bloodthirsty crowds dragging an American corpse through Mogadishu, and the harrowing image of a helicopter pilot forced to make humiliating admissions.
Innocent people being killed.
Hard to look at. What was the image that you will take away from here, and whenever you think about Mogadishu, you will always remember?
Dragging body.
Dragging the body. How long was that shot? How long was that shot?
4 seconds.
2 or 3 seconds, I hear? 3 seconds? 4 seconds? 2 seconds?
1 second.
3 seconds? 2 seconds? Half a second? What? 1 second? Anybody, any other guesses? 2 seconds? 15 frames. Half a second. Incredibly short. But it's burned in your retina. Right? Remember it. It's one of those iconic images. You will remember Mogadishu now because of that image. CNN got bombarded with viewer complaint calls when we showed that image. Absolutely, the phones lit up, and they lit up all day long. People calling to complain. CBS News, where I was, we ran more of that sequence. Not appreciably different, just more of it. But nobody called to complain. Very few people. Why did CNN get so many complaint calls and CBS News get none? That's not the reason. Speak up so everybody can hear you. What is that? Maybe. I think there's a larger concept there that you're right on, but there's something else going on, yes. Ah, great observation. Do you want to elaborate on that?
Actually, I couldn't hear what you were saying, but.
When people sit down for the night news after work, maybe they have different expectations than what they see like daily.
Isn't CBS News a public channel that anyone can get, and CNN is a cable news network, so you have to pay for the cable provider to give it to you?
Yeah. Well, sure.
I'm paying for my subscription.
When is the CBS Evening News on, to get to your point? 6 p.m. When is CNN on?
24 hours.
So when will the viewers have seen this image on CNN?
All day.
The top of the hour, the bottom of the hour. Coming up next on Larry King Live, we'll have live communications with Mogadishu, where we're talking to the brother of the pilot dragged through the streets. Right? Rick Sanchez tonight. Twitter about the You get the drift, right? What is the viewer going to do after seeing that 19 times? They're going to pick up their remote and they're going to do what?
Throw it at the TV.
They're going to throw it at the TV. They're not going to change the channel. They're going to throw it at the TV. And then they're going to pick up the phone and they're going to call the CNN switchboard. At CBS News, the viewers have been at work all day. They come home. They sit down with their TV dinner, turkey and dressing. They're cutting their meat. Wilfred, look at that. That's pretty dry. turkey because they can handle it one time. They might even handle it twice. But 19 times they go berserk. So that's why. So when you see me write a note in the file, the guidance file, I'm sure all of you have read the Triad website today, right? That would be the right answer. Yes, I went there this morning to read in. You're going to do that tomorrow, though, right? Yes, excellent. When you see the guidance that says use only in packages or only once an hour, is to limit the overkill of repetitive images that are hard to look at like that. On the Neda death, for example, we limited the video usage to initially within packages, and then we eased it to once an hour, but we asked them to not use the most difficult to look at material outside the packages. Does that make sense? So we allow the viewers to see what's going on. We have the iconic reference. You see Neda falling, perhaps, or you see Neda from a distance with the people around. You instantly get the recall on the rest of the image without having to see it again. Does that make sense? So the things that we can do like that. Any questions in relation to that? How are we doing for time? 1:30. You guys bored yet? Okay, so we'll keep on going then. Anybody know anything about Bud Dwyer? You know anything about Bud Dwyer? Okay, you have to keep your mouth shut then.
Yeah. Pretty much the only guy.
If you know about Bud Dwyer, you have to keep your mouth shut. Anybody else know anything about Bud Dwyer? All right, you're not allowed to respond during this, except that maybe at the end. So Bud Dwyer, State Treasurer of Pennsylvania, 1987. Bit of a scoundrel. He's accused of embezzling a bunch of money from the state. He's pursued by the media relentlessly because the media do things like that. He didn't like the media much. He is tried. He is convicted. He refuses to resign from office. The day before he is to begin serving the day before he is to be sentenced, he calls a news conference in the middle of the day. Everybody thought it was going to be his resignation. Now remember, this is 1987, and this is before ENG really got widespread use where it was very simple. It was big, bulky equipment and that stuff called videotape. And they had to, literally, they didn't have enough cable to cable all the way to his office to do a live shot. And so the camera crews from the 3 local stations in Harrisburg, and I think there was one also in Philadelphia, but they were all in there. But they didn't have satellite trucks. They had microwave trucks, which were parked downstairs, but they couldn't do the throw. So they were going to have to, after the news conference was over, they were going to have to run downstairs with that tape. But for the purposes of this discussion today, I want you to imagine that this is live. That this is hitting your new newscast at your local station. And I want you to think about how you would handle what's about to unfold. What you're about to see is edited because it's too gross to look at fully laid out. But you will quickly figure out what happens. Okay? So what I need you to do, this is edited, but what I need you to do is figure out how you're going to respond to this as the producer in the control room when this is coming in and you put this news conference on the air. Okay?
I have. And I. No. Please leave the room at this moment. It'll hurt someone. All right, settle down.
Settle down. So you guys figured out what happened, right? What happened? Tell me what happened.
He committed suicide, pretty much was on the person.
That's it. Hold it right there. He committed suicide. All right. Christina TV. Christina, what are you going to do? It's already getting on the air because you haven't made your decision yet.
I mean, can you not cut it really fast?
Cut it? It's your live. It's live. It's coming in. You already made it? Sorry. You already put it on the air. So Christina TV shares the video. No. You took a long time. You're a producer, right? Ah, right. Okay, hold on. I'm going to pick on somebody else now. Somebody else who hasn't been talking a lot. You've been in the newsroom at CNN. Tell everybody your name.
Sumi.
Sumi TV. Christina TV's there. What are you going to do?
I would cut it back to the anchor when he pulled the gun out. I think.
When he pulled the gun out, Sumi TV is going to cut away from it when the gun comes out. Oh, come on. Are you really going to do that? Don't you have ratings at your station?
If it happened, if he's going to shoot the crowd, if he's going to shoot himself, I would just cut back to the anchor. And
So Sumi thinks Sumi's being a chicken. She's bailing on the news conference when the gun comes out.
because I figure we can play it on tape later in some, or cut particular portions.
Your
or
newscast is only 30 minutes long. You know, you've only got you've got one life to live coming. But you're gonna bail away.
Change the channel to Christina TV.
Oh, wait a minute.
Because are we daytime?
Your daytime. This is noon. This is a noon.
So there could be like little kids watching.
Wait a minute. Little kids. They're supposed to be in school.
That aren't in school yet.
On the school. Well, wait a minute. Let me give you a fun fact because this is a great fun fact. What was the weather on that particular day? Do you have that? Let's see how good you are. I'm not sure. Biggest snowfall in Pennsylvania in 10 years. Where are all the kids? Now do you know the answer?
In front of the TV.
They're at home. They've just built their snow fort. They've come in. This is before Cartoon Network. These kids are even willing to watch the news. Okay.
And we know this.
Yeah, I guess your weatherman's going to tell you that in a minute. Right. So Sumi TV, you're bailing. So you're bailing. What is the fastest time slice up until now? It would be the millisecond, right? But now we have a new order of measurement. It's called the TV remote. It's the time after Sumi TV cut away from this news conference that people are reaching for the remote and clicking the channel to get over to Christina TV. Right? Because everybody's changing the channel over to Christina TV because you're all slow reacting. Anybody here think that we should show it? Yeah, tell me why you think you should show it.
Because everyone wants to see it.
Okay.
That's not a reason.
What's wrong with that?
Everyone doesn't want to see someone get blown up.
But you don't know it's going to get blown up. That's right. That's right. You don't know if you can bail if you
Pull the gun out, but like this, you kind of know.
He's got actually put it right
Somebody
in.
could have talked him
Trying to
down.
calm him down,
Sure.
yeah.
But you also didn't know he wasn't going to shoot your cameraman.
You don't know anything, and you need to err on the side of the safety of your viewers and of the people.
So, Sumi TV, can I simulate the phone call from the general manager into the control room?
Please.
Ring, ring. Ring, ring. Ring, ring. Sorry, would you mind picking up the phone? Ring, ring.
Hello.
Hi, Sumi. This is Richard Griffiths, the general manager. What are you thinking, Sumi? You just cut out of the biggest news event of the year.
Yes, well. We had little kids at home.
Well, that's your answer?
I think that we had little kids at home.
I'm going to respect the decision. You're going to respect my decision. That is to send you home without pay for a day to make you think about this. You are suspended. You can leave the newsroom now.
Okay.
Bye. No, not in 1987. We'll get back to that. Maybe, but you've got to be able to think ahead on that.
I have a question. Could you have cutaway to commercial or something?
Cutaway to commercial, bailed out.
Why is that? Oh, that's bailed out. I would have showed it, but I was just asking.
You would have showed it. Why would you have showed it? Tell me why.
I would have showed it because for me it would be selfish because as if I'm watching it, I would want to see what happened next, and so it would have been airing anyway, and I would just be watching it just because I would want to see.
But the only thing with that, you wouldn't really know what was going on.
Exactly.
That's right.
You won't know what's going on, which is the reason why the curiosity will cause you.
Do you know what happened to the 3 TV stations?
I don't know what happened, but I know what I would probably do. If it was live, I would probably fade the black and leave the mics on.
Oh, that's not a bad idea. That's pretty smart.
So you have the audio.
So you have the audio, but you go to black. And you have the anchors,
If you
maybe.
but once you fade to black and you hear that gun go off, you have no idea who's been shot.
And then you explain it.
Yeah, but at that time, you're leaving the viewers wondering. So I think you either got to show it or cut away from the completion.
Somebody has a gun to their head or in their hand. Somebody has ran out this room by now. Thus, you have a person, like, you might not show what it is, but, like, overall emotion, somebody's running out of the room. And you could be like, hi, why are you running out of the room? What
Well,
just happened?
wait a minute. Your cameraman is locked down.
I mean, but
on the
you don't just have
tripod.
one. What? Okay, but you don't just have
You're
one
going to tell
camera.
your cameraman. You're going to tell your cameraman to give up shooting the biggest story of his career.
Yeah. He can shoot all he wants to. He might get shot, but if you have a backup camera, you can say hi.
All right. I think we've exhausted the one more from the back. Yeah. Because I'm really tired of seeing it. It's really gross.
I mean, I see it, but I would like to see it more.
You can go on YouTube when you get back to the room. Excuse me, CNN News. Just don't let them catch you.
I think everybody's missing the point that it's like, oh, if you see it or don't see it, all those cameras, any journalist worth his weight is going to have the camera rolling. He's going to capture what's happening. So any controller can just say, color bars, if there's some heroic guy that jumps
Thank you very much. Right. Because sue me, ultimately, let me tell you what happened in Harrisburg. There were 3 stations. 3 stations ran down to their truck. First station slumped in there. Thank you. Slashed it in, stuck it in the machine, and hit something called play. And the tape started spinning, and then went over the head, and the video went out. And it went right on the air and showed the suicide. Second station. Oh, and that station then re-racked that tape. Do you know what to re-rack? That means to wind it backwards. They re-racked the tape and hit play again. And played it out on the air one more time. Oh, and they did it again, now from the station, playing it back live again. And they did it again and kept playing it during the newscast while they were talking about it and reporting on it. Station number 2, they were kind of like, sorry, I've forgotten your name. Christina TV. Christina TV, they weren't fully paying attention apparently because they played it out once live and then went, oh my God! And then they went back and they edited it for subsequent play. Third station was like Sumi TV. They said, I don't know whether you're going to want to put this on the air. I've got the tape, but you're going to want to look at it. Okay. Sumi's equivalent made the call, and in fact, she was suspended by the general manager for making the wrong call. It wasn't too long before the complaints started rolling in, and the station that played the tape over and over again nearly lost its license to operate, which was worth millions, for failing to operate in the public interest. The FCC went after them with massive fines, threatened to pull the license. They had to do all kinds of penance. And you can imagine what happened to the producer who got suspended. How much would you like to come back to work? So you know what? Now you get a sense of the decision-making process here. One of the issues that I want to take away, and I hate to put you on the spot, Christina, but the fact is, when you're in a control room, when you're in a position of management authority, in a situation where things are not breaking, where you have control there, you have to have a plan of escape. This is a little bit like combat. You know, whenever you go into a situation with the enemy, you don't know what you're going to do. You always want to know how you're going to escape after that. You're a fireman, you're going into a building to rescue someone. You're always thinking, how am I going to get out of this burning building? What's my escape route? Whereas you, as a producer, always needs to have an escape route so that you can be thinking an alternative to what you're facing. And it might be going to Color Bars or Black or going to a commercial and give me 3 minutes to think about this. And yeah, you might lose some viewers switching over to Christina TV. But the fact is, doing the right thing is sometimes more important for your ability to continue in business than getting a quick ratings hit. Does that make sense? And yes, the kids were all at home because Cartoon Network hadn't started in 1987. And so they literally were all watching the news. Because they'd come in, they played out in the snow in the morning, they come in, they're eating their lunch. The outrage was huge in Pennsylvania. You can read all about it. Anyway, so that's... any other last comments or questions related to this?
How effective is that for ratings?
I don't know. I think people tune into ratings because they have a long-term relationship with the people and editorial values of the institution that they're watching. So people tune in to CNN to watch the Michael Jackson stuff because they know that ultimately when we report that Michael Jackson is dead, that he is in fact dead. Right? We're not reporting him dead 6 minutes before he was actually dead, which is what happened with TMZ. I don't know whether you guys know that. Fun fact. He was actually not dead until 6 minutes after they said. I guess they had somebody from TMZ saying, okay, let's pull the plug now.
I just don't see that this is very possible.
Interesting question. What is it that makes us uncomfortable with showing Bud Dwyer's death?
It's the action itself.
It's the action. The moment of death is a very intimate thing, isn't it? Very intimate thing. You know, Mogadishu, Sarajevo, Ennis Cosby, it's all after the fact. We're seeing a body either covered or uncovered, right? But that moment of death is a very intimate thing. And that's part of the reason, Kate, that I didn't want to show it. Because it is so invasive to see someone die in front of you.
But he chose not to.
Sorry?
He chose not to make it the very end.
Yeah, but it's invasive of my space, not his. Right? He was making a deliberate decision to invade my personal space by doing that. Here's a fun question related to Bud Dwyer. If you'd gone into his garage, cranked up his car, lowered the garage door, rolled up the windows, maybe put a vacuum cleaner hose from the tailpipe into the car, and committed suicide that way, would we have covered it? We would? How would we have covered it?
Who is we?
CNN or anybody else?
I mean, like any other
Yeah, I'm sure there'd be a mention, right? But would we making, I mean, would CNN bother with it? Maybe it'd be a reader. State Treasurer of Pennsylvania commits suicide the day before he's to be sentenced. I don't know. Randy K. might get sent on that story, depending how juicy it was.
Well, if you're following the trial, then it's part of the story
Yes.
that you are doing.
That's right. So it's part of the trial. If we've been covering the trial, I'm not sure we would have covered the trial at CNN, but we might have. You know, it depends how much money was involved. Whether the money was going to Sarah Palin. All right, let's move on. Next thing is Challenger. Members, Challenger. Anybody here in school, in class, watching Challenger?
Was that the one with nightmares?
Chris McCollum.
Oh, no, that was
Liftoff of the 25th space shuttle mission, and it has cleared the tower.
Engines throttling up, 3 engines now at 104%. Challenger, go at throttle up. Challenger, go at throttle up. 1 minute 15 seconds. Velocity 2,900 feet per second. Altitude 9 nautical miles. Downrange distance 7 nautical miles.
Everybody understand what happened there? How many people know anything about Krista McCullough?
High school teacher.
That's right. She was to be the first teacher in space. She had been speaking to elementary schools and to junior high and high schools over NASA TV. Had attracted quite a following to be the first teacher in space. And as most of you know, the O-ring failed on the right-hand rocket booster, sending a jet of plane into the liquid fuel tank, which then blew up. And the result was everybody on board died. Now, that's showing the moments of death, is it not? Yeah, right? We're seeing people, we just saw 7 people die there. Is it appropriate for CNN to show that on the air? Somebody said no. Tell me why you don't think so.
Because it wasn't very detailed, like you see heads and...
Are you saying it is okay to show it?
Yeah.
No, it is okay. Okay. Anybody think it's not okay to show it? It's violent, but it's not graphic, right? Speak up so everybody can hear you.
I'm not very comfortable with the last long time of seeing them falling down, because then it gives them time to reflect that they do die. And I'd rather just see the explosion and then come back again.
They die anyway, though.
They do die anyway, right?
But it's like you
It's
have
like
to see
the death
someone die.
of Dale Earnhardt. You really didn't know it was going to happen. And when it happened, you wasn't for sure if it actually happened. So the people that was actually in the studio was probably shocked themselves.
Well, you know, CNN was the only network carrying this launch. I was at CBS News, I was in LA, and I'd been covering the landing of Edwards Air Force Base on a regular basis. And we hadn't even bothered to staff the liftoff. We had taken it down off Dallas to Select. But the reporter for CBS, Bruce Hall, who was covering the mission, was sitting in the office in Atlanta out there on Claremont Road. And he hadn't even bothered to go down there. And so for us it was a mad scramble. Only CNN had bothered to put it up. And why did CNN cover the launch? Yeah. And what else? Why do you bother to put a camera on live during the launch? So showing it initially question is it no longer okay to show this? You know, at CBS, there I was then sitting in the newsroom in LA, and in record time, planes to Florida and working then out of our facility in Orlando and Port Canaveral, my job was to go work on the investigation. What happened with this? And every day we'd get the barges coming in to Port Canaveral with the Navy had loaded up pieces of the recovered bits of the shuttle, put them on the barges, and they'd bring them into the port. And we get the pictures of the cranes lifting the pieces off and putting them on trucks so they could send them back out to the Kennedy Space Center so they could do the reconstruction, because they were going to try to reconstruct everything to figure out what had gone wrong. And, some days the barges came in at 5:30 in the morning and we didn't get our crew there, or we didn't get a good angle because it was dark. Or there was some days they didn't bring in anything because they didn't have much, and so we didn't have those pictures. So we're trying to talk about the investigation and what happened. And so we would just, we'd slap pictures in of the Challenger going up and thing exploding and yada, yada, yada. After a while, what happens to images like this one? That's exactly right. It becomes a little bit like this. The wall. And we have a phrase in television, let's get some wallpaper. You're trying to cover up a black hole or black place in the story. And when you start using images like this as wallpaper, they lose their power. Because material run on CNN all day, all the time. It becomes a real problem because the issues are amplified, right? You're seeing the image over and over again because that's the nature of who we are around the clock. So you really start to desensitize your viewers to those images. One thing is it's on the evening news every night, at least it's just once a day. On CNN, if it's on 20 times during the day, then the image really starts to lose its power. And so the response to that, the way to deal with that is what? What's the best way to deal with that? Limit it, exactly. When was the last time you saw the collapse of the World Trade Center towers? Let's see if we can play a little reminder here. See if the last time you saw this. Here you have a combination of the two issues, the moment of death and the danger of repetitive video and trivializing a powerful image like that. It's like the planes hitting the towers. We don't do it very often. Who remembers seeing in black and white the crash of the Hindenburg over New Jersey, where it catches fire and crashes to the ground? It's an amazing picture, isn't it? But it doesn't carry the emotional intensity that this image carries. For you, no, because you didn't grow up prior to World War II when the Hindenburg was making trips across the Atlantic. For you, this is a very sensitive image. You don't need to see this image anymore to be able to understand what happened that day. Wide shot of Manhattan without the towers with the smoke coming up is enough, or the cloud of smoke coming down the street is enough, or the people staring, right, or the smoking towers standing. It's all you need to remind you of everything that happened that particular day. So certain images take on so much power that to show them again becomes both desensitizing of that image, if you like, or taking the power away from the image, but it also is painful for those who were directly involved to pound away at it. In this case, you had an entire nation who got caught up in this. And so we restrict the usage of these images. I'm beginning to think that the time is right now that it's probably okay for us to show that image again. Just as nobody would have any qualms about showing the Hindenburg crashing. It feels right. People have sort of moved on a little bit. We have a better understanding of what's going on. The world has changed a little bit. We have a new president. Does that make sense? Any disagreement? Yeah.
I don't think something like that ever. I don't think people will ever become sensitive to it. If you had someone that passed in that day, or just the fact that you can watch that, and yeah, you can see it's a building falling down, but if you stop and use your perception, you're like, wait, how many floors, how many people died right there? It's still a moment of death, and it's something that as if anybody were to die in your family, there's a mourning process, and then you move on, and then it's kind of left. You don't want to have to keep rethinking of that day that person died, and it's not fair to anybody that was related to anybody in that.
I think that's a very good point.
Like with the Challenger, they knew the risk they were taking, and it was tragic that it had to happen. But with the World Trade Center, those were civilians. Those were normal people that had gone to work that day and had no idea what was happening. So that's more, almost it's a relatable experience that I could have been there. And that, I think, is something that makes it even more personal and possibly how the sensitivity can last even longer.
I think you're absolutely very perceptive and very right. I think you've made an exceptionally good point.
I think the pain is not only related to the individual, but both incidents represent sort of America. And so it's...
Can everybody hear this? Turn and face the group, I'll hear you.
Because this one is not only relating to the individual pain, but also both incidents are representative of what America is. Not only technology advance, but also World Trade Center.
I have a special favor. My throat is parched. Can I give somebody $1 for some water? That would be fantastic. Let's see. We're going to change direction here a little bit. Let me get out one of my props. Anybody know what this is? Anybody know what this is? What's that? Pencil box? Cuban cigar? Cuban cigar box? That's not a bad idea. No? She didn't like the smell. What does it smell like? Leather. Nah. Who was it over here? Okay. How do you know?
A couple of my cousins are in there. So
You kind of guessed.
No.
You know.
First, as soon as you pulled it out, I thought that was not ours.
What is this? Say it.
It's a mine.
It's a landmine. This is a landmine. The explosive charge goes here. Actually, here. That's right. That's right.
So are we about to have a Bud Dwyer moment?
No. There's no explosive. However, I did get this back into the country in my luggage on a Swiss Air flight.
Oh, that's nice.
That should tell you something. Before 9/11, though. The detonator goes here, and of course it sits on the ground like this, and when you step on it, it blows up. So, in 1995, I'm asked by Ted Turner to join Christian Amanpour and another correspondent from South Africa and to produce a documentary on the United Nations and its 50th anniversary, 1945 founding, 1995. So I'm sent off to Mozambique, in southern Africa, to do a story on the demining efforts in southern Africa. And let's see. The demining efforts in southern Africa, because these mines have been a particularly bad problem, and there's been an ugly, ugly civil war. From Atlanta to Zurich, Zurich to Johannesburg, Johannesburg to Maputo in Mozambique. And then I journeyed across the bush, starting early in the morning with an armed escort, because the bandits were still out from the various factions, robbing people, to a town called Mwamba. Mwamba was up near the South African border, and of course the South Africans had been funding the rebels against the largely communist government in Mozambique. So the communists had built around most of the towns what's called a mine ring. So here's the town, and here are the little, can everybody see this? Sort of. These are all the little huts and places in the town, right? There's a square here. And then around they had a quarter to a half kilometer mine ring. Basically ground in which mines have been planted to protect the town from attack. Right? So there's one way in and out which they could guard. And then outside that were farm fields. So the war's over, and the farmers, so this farmer here, we need to get to his field up here, right? This is his field. So to get to his field, he now had to walk through the town, down, and then all the way around the mine ring to get to his farm field. So what was he doing? After about the 90th time of walking that 2 kilometers to what used to be his backyard, he tried to walk across here. And he got across 4 or 5 times, and the 5th time, got blown to bits. And so this kept on happening. So you had a large number of people who suffered from debilitating injuries as a result of landmines. So the UN was in there using flails, big, huge armored tractors with literally an arm that sticks out like this, like a brush, like a rotating brush in a vacuum cleaner, but with steel chains. And they would spin at high speed, and they would pound the ground, and hopefully they would set off all the bombs as they sort of went up. Boom, boom, as it would go. They used these automatic things. Unfortunately, if they missed one on the side, then they drove over in the tread, boom, and the whole thing would flip over, and they'd have to start over with a new one. So they've been working really hard with high technology. And then there were these incredibly brave sappers. A lot of them were Nepalese or other British military sort of adjunct folks who were down on their hands and knees with trowels going over every square inch of this dirt, going under every tree root, every little piece of brush, looking for these things. And when they found them, like they found this, they would gingerly take it out of the ground and then by hand defuse the thing and then throw it in the back of the truck. And so they were doing this, an amazing thing. All right, so we had all those pictures, and we had got there early in the day because one of the things that was happening was that the people who had survived these landmine incidents were getting together to form a support group, and they called themselves Tripod. Can you imagine why? Because many of them had lost legs. And so this group Tripod was getting together, and they were going to build a hut in the center of the village. They were going to build it from reeds. They had already got some wood and built a frame, but they were going to get the reeds and put them on the sides and then up on the roof. And so there we were, hot, beginning early in the morning, that big red African sun coming over this dusty plaza, and all these people coming towards us on their crutches. And the organizers then, she says, "Oh, Mr. Griffiths, it's so great." And of course, she's speaking in the local language. I'm not sure whether it was Xhosa, I think it was Xhosa. And then that was being translated into Portuguese, because we didn't speak Xhosa, and so we hired a translator from the UN who was translating into Portuguese, and we had a Portuguese-speaking sound check, so he was translating into English. So it was a two-step process. But through the two-step process, the organizer said, "So glad you've come. Thank you for coming. I know it was hard to get here. I know it was hard to organize this, but we're so glad you come. We've got everything organized. We're going to be going down to the river to cut the reeds. We've got the trailer right there, but there's one problem. There's one problem. The tractor is broken. The tractor is broken. But no worries, because up the road, just a little bit, just up the road, there's a lady who has a tractor, and she will rent it to us for the day for just $10. There's only one problem, Mr. Griffiths. We don't have the $10. Could you pay?" Would you pay?
Yeah.
You'd pay.
Sure.
Why would you pay? Aren't you selling out your journalistic principles?
Well, the whole reason I went there was to get that story.
The whole reason you went there is to get that story. So that justifies
Well,
$10.
yeah.
What's the tractor lady do? Like, does she only sell tractors?
She's a farmer and she owns a tractor.
She don't have any shady underdeals?
No shady underdealing. It's $10 a day. It's $10 a day. Now we're paying. You should know it's real money, because we're paying the UN translator twice what she would normally make from the UN. We were paying her $4 a day. So she would normally get $2 a day to do translation work, but she's getting $4 from us. She's very happy about that. So $10 is real money. You know, it's twice a day's wage for somebody. Yes.
Isn't it supposed to be against your journalistic morals to pay for a story? And isn't that what you're doing?
But if we don't get tractor, there's no story.
No, your story then changes.
There is that.
You then just, once you realize that, okay, they're trying to do this cleanup, they're trying to get rid of all these mines, but they don't have the money to do so. They don't have the money.
This is not about the cleanup. The cleanup's going on just fine, thank you very much. Every few minutes you're hearing boom. This is not about that. This is about profiling the people who are directly affected. And I got Ted to explain to you, because Ted has said, hey, you need to look and see how the UN is screwing up and where they're being successful. Mozambique is where they're actually being successful for once. Bosnia, where the other crew is, it's all falling apart.
Well, I guess the point that I was trying to get to was the fact that if you couldn't get the transportation, then doesn't that become a new story that they don't have the money to
even go down to the river to cut reeds? Well, it kind of gets old after you see a bunch of them sitting around on the dirt for a while.
How fresh is the story? Because if you were just profiling people...
Well, if I had to be in Byra the next day, and it was costing me $400 a night at the Kalana Hotel in Moamba. Moamba really had only one hotel where CNN would put everybody up into. The Kalana Hotel was quite expensive, although it did have a very large swimming pool, which also doubled as the water supply. But it was costing us a lot of money. You're looking at, for overhead, you're looking at probably $2,000 a day just to keep the crew on the ground, and cars and security. There was no cell phone service. Yeah.
What's the difference between paying $10 for a tractor to get to the place and it was to pay for a plane ticket to get to the place?
Well, it was $14,000 for all the airfare. Yes.
Yeah, so what's another $10 to keep traveling?
Aren't we influencing the story? If we spend that $10, aren't we going to make something happen that otherwise wouldn't have happened?
If you don't, you're gonna make something happen that otherwise wouldn't happen. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had to walk. Like, I feel like you just pay $10 for the story. Like, well, not for the story, but for the transportation for the story. Because, like, that's your objective. You have to be somewhere the next day.
No, the tractor, yeah, we have to be somewhere the next day, but it's for these people to get down to the river. It's not for me to get down to the river. It's for it's for them to get down to the river. Well, look up. She has no sympathy for one-legged people.
Could you pay it and then note in your story that otherwise they wouldn't have been able to do that?
Thank you. I wish I was as smart as you.
I mean, because at a point you're a journalist, but you're also a human being with compassion. You're not. You have $10 in your pocket. You're not going to say, "I'm not going to give you this $10 out of the goodness of my heart."
Just using up my. Would you like to know what I actually did? Because I wasn't as smart as you. I pulled the $10 out of my wallet. I gave it to the organizer, and I told the cameraman we had to pack up and go. Because as a human being, because we are human beings after all, I couldn't not give him the 10 lousy bucks. But I knew it was going to so profoundly influence the story, I didn't think it would. So we packed up. Translator gets in the front of our minivan. We go, or technical, this big SUV thing. So we're going out of town. She says, "Oh, wait, there's Henri and whatever." And the two people walking away back, they figured that, they wanted to do it because nobody got the tractor. It turns out that these two guys had both been wounded by the same pop-up mine. And they both lost legs. One had lost a right leg, one had lost a left leg. The same mine had been between the two of them. They had been best friends. One of them had been from this town. And since they had been wounded and recovered together, the guy from this town said, "You've got to come back and live in my town because my sister-in-law, my sister is really cute." And so introduced, and they in fact married, and then they had huts next to one another, and they were terrified that their children were going to suffer their same thing. Great story. The news god smiled on us that particular day, and luckily, but if I had thought of what you were suggesting, which is, I think, a perfectly valid way of approaching it would have been, look, we went there this particular day, they didn't have the money to replace the broken tractor. CNN pulled his $10, gave them the money, and they were able to go down and get the tractor and then build their hut. You just disclose it in the story. It would have been fine. And I think that's telling the viewers about a lot of being transparent allows you to do things that you otherwise would not be able to do. Telling the viewers why you do something is so critical in every part of what we do. So often it's, why are we going to show you these gory pictures of Netta? We feel it's important to tell you. Remember how Rick Sanchez gave the viewer warning and then explained why we were showing those images? That's called transparency. And when you are transparent and explain through what you're doing, most of the viewers will say, "Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. I get it." And unfortunately, I'm not as bright as you are. What is your name? Tricia. Okay, great. Any questions about that? Come on, you must have some.
If you would have kind of changed the story a little bit, would it be lying or just because?
No, I think you're transparent. You're not lying. You're telling the viewers. You're that okay. We paid for it to allow it to happen. My concern was I was going to be changing it, and I hadn't thought through disclosure. I just don't. If only you'd been along. Yeah.
I have a question as far as, I guess, as far as the business side of CNN. So if you're out there and you're spending $15,000 a day, basically CNN is would have lost the money if you weren't able to tell the story. And so I was thinking in terms of if you're paying the $10 because you spent so much coming out there, or if you would have had to stay another day, that would have been additional $2,000. So now we're up to $16,000 of the company's money. So as journalists, shouldn't we be looking at it from the company's perspective?
The accounting department?
No, I was just wondering because there's a business side to it as well.
I agree with you. There is certainly a business side of it. But, what is it that is the one thing that the viewers expect us to hang on to and not ever sell? It is the trust that we have with our viewers, right? That's the one thing we can't compromise on. Because when we compromise on our trust, we lose our business. Because people come to us because of that trust. That is the core of our business model. And when we violate that trust, we chip away at that business model. That's why, my job and that and so many of the other people, Rick Davis and the Rowe folks, is to protect that brand from being tarnished by us doing something silly. And sometimes you can do something silly without even thinking about it. God knows I've done plenty of silly things in my professional career too, but luckily there are other people who say, wait a minute, Richard, hold on a sec. I think trust is the core. All right, well, let's get to trust a little bit. Let's evaluate this here. Let's see. Who looks profoundly underpaid? Who here is on an unpaid internship? Yeah, okay. Down in the newsroom, Richard Griffiths, really nice guy. You haven't met him? No, you haven't. He's really you'll never forget it now. Yeah, that's good. Listen, I need you to come visit with me, with Richard Griffiths, right? Because I work for a cookie company. We're selling Girl Scout cookies against this. We're making these things. We come up with this new, improved engine. It's eggs, right? And we'd like you to help us out here. No, I need you to hold on. No, I need you to work with me. Well, HR is here. So what I need is work with me a little bit. I need you to get to him and convince him to do the CNN to do a really nice story on. You can help me with that, right? No, this is I want to make sure it's done right. You'll make sure. Well, actually, this would be done. I know, that's why I didn't go to you. So you wouldn't take the money. So why would you take the money?
Because, one, it's unethical, but...
Why is it unethical? You're just taking a little money, a little tip.
No, because that's how they would do business. Wasn't marketing, I wouldn't pay.
So you're now a business coach. That's right. But, okay, you're an intern. Couple $100 here or there. You don't pay very much. Come on.
Still would not take the money. And it could just backfire in so many ways.
Okay. So. So you wouldn't take the money, but Suppose, can you catch? Suppose I go to you with a nice letter.
I will keep the letter and I will mail this back.
What kind of intern are you? How could that be payout? It's a box of cookies. It's a sample. Are we regulated by the FCC? Yeah. Could you give her the cookies, please? All right. She has the cookies. Tell everybody what you're thinking.
Well, okay, do whatever your story about Girl Scout invent redesigned cookies, and there was no incentive. And if you are
Oh, wait a minute.
What?
No, I'm sorry, I used the word accepted. Sorry. Anybody else is going to... What's the viewer going to think if he learns that, what is your name? Anna gets a box of Girl Scout cookies in the mail. What is the viewer going to think?
She tried to I mean, if this was like...
Wait, no. What is it?
A gift.
It's showing you what the product is and then you experience it.
Okay, so what is the viewer, what's the value of that box of cookies? $3.50. Sorry, you're behind the time. Get next year, buy some more coffee. So, $3.50. Okay, how much did it cost to write the letter that went with it? Probably $20, right? Because you've got to type it. Okay, the FedEx mailing. Who sent something by FedEx recently? $15. Okay, so now we're up to $33.50, roughly. Okay. How many television stations in the country? How many stations did manufacturers send those cookies to? About 1,000 TV stations. Maybe 1,000 newspapers, so 2,000. So they spent $66,000, right? How much is an ad on CNN prime time? About $66,000, roughly, if on a good day. So they have just been careful that some of those TV stations are going to do a story on that box in 10 minutes because, hey, why don't you open them and see if they're any good? Why not? Do you not like them? Well, then I think you should open it. There's no
Like, it'd be one thing if this was like the Oprah show or, show where they feature like the morning show, but like for the news, I don't understand what the story is. Like, this is
come on, it's Girl Scouts. They're so cute. They've got a new product this year. This
but everybody has a story.
If you want to report that,
It's the same as reporting the Dogwood Festival or you have your city.
Putting it out there, but it's like 5.
And I will see what's in it. Put your vote for this.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's see what's taking. No, because there won't be any by the time we go back. You had the right answer. You should at least have one Girl Scout cookie. Okay.
What about after you do a story on fitness?
I'm sorry, what's that?
What about after you do a story on fitness and they send you a box?
Okay. Well, I think what is the thing that if they learn that $200-300 changed hands to a story? What happens to No. That. What happens to CNN brand?
Integrity.
Yes. Trash is the relationship between viewers and
They're our number one customer.
That's
Now
it. Those are our customers. That's right. What is the customer? What is the viewer going to think if they learn that a box of Thin Mints is mailed to the newsroom, and then we taste them and we think, oh, might be a story here? What are they going to think? Finally, somebody's paying attention to what comes in the mail, right? Right. What's the harm? Okay, but let's escalate it a little bit. Right. So we're no longer talking about the Thin Mints. I have a new Honda.
What year?
2010.
Fully loaded?
Navigation. It's got the whole 9 yards. It's the new Honda Fit. It's in nice CNN red. Navigation, sport package. I know this because I'm having to shop cars for my daughter. I know what's out there. Okay, sport package. Listen, you're a big-time CNN anchor. Yeah, big-time. What's your name?
Sonia.
Sonia. Nice ring to it, doesn't it? Sonia at 6. So Sonia at 6. So Sonia, we'd like you to drive our car and test it for a year. And then after the year, you're going to have to give it back. But I'd like you to take the car.
Okay, so if I...
But you're going to have to give it back. You are going to have to give it back, but I'd like you to drive it for a year.
How much do I have to pay for it?
Nothing.
What's the catch?
No catch. You just have to drive it, because you're a big-time anchor.
Right.
And we'd like you to be associated with our client.
Yes, I Yes. No.
Oh,
Because-
come on. You were so promising there.
This is, No, I'm just thinking in terms of that I wouldn't do that because I don't believe that there's no catch. And so I would not do it because there's a catch.
What's the catch?
I don't know what the catch is. You want advertising. You want me to get on the
There's an expectation. Right?
Yeah.
There's an expectation that she's going to be associated with that vehicle.
And everybody else is going to want one.
Well, yeah, there's that. Vehicles that their advertisers ask them to drive, in my view, it's reprehensible. CNN prohibits it. We don't do it. It's not part of our standards of business conduct. We don't accept gifts. The maximum gift you can accept at CNN, which I think is perfectly valid, is like $25. There are some people who won't even accept a cup of coffee from a potential source. I think that's going a little far. When I was at Microsoft doing a story on during an interview actually with Bill Gates, and we were going to be there all day, and we were hanging out with the Microsoft Word team, and they were all going to lunch, and we went to lunch with them, and we go to the cafeteria, and we're getting our wallets out to pay, and they said, we have to pay because we're with CNN, and we can't be taking stuff from you because I had this really nice salad and one of these expensive cream sodas. Well, nobody pays for you because everybody. Microsoft pays everybody's lunch. Well, that was a hard one, but we worked it through, and ultimately I wrote them a check, and then they didn't cash it. But I felt good about it. They knew I wasn't paying. But the point was that we don't accept where there's an expectation of how we'll be influenced. Sometimes you can take that a bit far, but on the other hand, you can also fall into some traps. You need to get somewhere in a hurry, and maybe the charter company agrees to let you sneak onto the plane along with the relief supplies in hopes that you'll do a nice story on the relief supplies. Where's the boundary in some of that? Right? Where do we get into a situation where we're crossing the line? Those are hard calls, and that's why we have a standards and practices department. We're really good at wrestling through some of that stuff. I just offer those two examples up to just get you thinking a little bit. That's perfectly fine. They mailed them to you with no strings attached. They were not solicited. You didn't call up and say, "Can you send us some cookies?"
So how's that different from the car?
So if you
The car has a value that is far greater, right, than $25. The viewers are going to think, boy, they sold out to Honda, right? They're not going to think they sold out to the cookie company just over a box of cookies. Now, there's some special problems here on food, because in our bureau in Tokyo, and this was a particular problem when I was with TBN, the big Haihatsu, the big giant industrial companies would send gifts at New Year's, and they would send a melon or some very expensive fruit. What do you think? Melon, how much can that cost, right? These melons arrived with the little vines still attached to the perfect V. They'd been cut that morning perfectly. They had been laid in a velvet-lined lacquered box, closed lid, tied with a bow, and when you go to the department store and cross-check pricing, you're talking about $400 to $500 for some melon. And these would arrive at the office. So how do you handle that? How do you accept that? I mean, that's not a box of cookies. If you send it back, you cause embarrassment and loss of face, which is a huge problem if you're trying to do business in Asia. So ultimately they came up with a solution, and that is that they would send it along to a charity. So they would send it to the Society for Starving Journalists in Tokyo. The Organization for Preservation of Intern Language. Whatever it happens to be, they would pass it along and then send a nice note back or on military which we have forwarded on to the neighbor charity. And in your honor, we're very grateful for your kind remembering. So there are places where it crosses the line where to actually return it becomes a problem. I was doing this lecture a year or so ago to the CNN professional fellows. These are the people who come in from news organizations worldwide to learn how CNN does business. It's a very intensive process. And one of the reporters was from the Middle East. I won't say the country because it give her away, but she was one of the sheikhs, and she had done a story. She's a very independent journalist, has a reputation of being pretty tough independent journalist, and she convinced the sheikh to profile her about his many business interests. So this is a sheikh who has a governmental role, but also has many, many business interests, and there were all kinds of accusations of conflict of interest. And she addressed them head on in the story, and asked him tough questions in the interview, included the answers. Finished product was very, very fair, very nice, but asked all the right questions. Ran in their prime time. Big deal was made out of it. The next day, after the story ran, a woman watch showed up with a thank you note for the story. So how should she have handled that? You send that back to somebody who's ostensibly the ruler of the country. You cause loss of face. How do you handle it? Accepted? It's probably a $20,000 to $30,000 watch. Still accepted? What are the viewers going to think when they find out you've taken it? And it sparkles. It's going to sparkle on air. You're going to have sunglasses to wear this watch. You say disclose it? I think that would be a little tricky too. Yeah.
You could use it for the greater good. So like the whole thing, the package of the profile was his image, right? So she could very well like say like, okay, if it was around a holiday or something, okay, we're having this fundraiser going back to charity, and we're gonna put this up because the Sheikh blah, one of his many interests is charity and philanthropy, and so here goes this.
That's a great idea. That is not what they ended up doing, but I think that's a fantastic idea. You have to get the Sheikh to sign it. How do you go to the Sheikh? What do you tell the Sheikh? How do you get the Sheikh to agree to do this? Spin it. Play the conversation out. I'm so glad you liked it. I chose it myself. You like the little sparkly diamonds on the outside. What do you mean, however? You're not going to hurt my feelings, are you? After we build this relationship, I hope I could trust you. You know, I think that these are two great ideas, and you came up with a pretty good approach. What she ended up doing was the letter went something like this: I am incredibly honored that you would send me a gift like this, and it shows great thought that you chose it, that it fit my arm perfectly. You know, count the diamonds caught the glitter in my eyes, whatever. But part of the reason you liked this story is because it was based on the understanding that my journalistic integrity was unquestioned, and that I had the comfort to be able to ask you tough questions, and for you to give tough answers to those tough questions. And it gave the entire story. And if I were to accept this gift, I wouldn't be able to do that again. And I don't think either you or I want to be put in that position. So reluctantly, because it is beautiful, I'm returning this watch to you. And hope that we can continue to work together productively as we have. The next day, a small bouquet of flowers arrived with a nice note. Thank you for your thoughtful words. So that was a nice way of handling that innocent tricky situation. Okay, yes?
What did she do with the watch? She sent
She
it along?
She returned it with a letter. Okay, let's look at a couple of other things here. You still okay? Everybody all right? Good for another 20 minutes? Maybe 15? The next story I'm going to show you is by a correspondent for CNN at the time called Mike Betcher. Mike Betcher was with CNN at a time when, frankly, he was one of the best war correspondents we ever had. He was outstanding. He was up there with Chris John. Superb insights, gentleman to the core, just a great human being. Had trouble with expense reports, but that's another story. He worked at NBC News before he came to CNN, ultimately went back to MSNBC, and then I think he's now got his own company. He is someone that I think captures what bravery in the field is all about, and taking stands of going for the right journalism. Somebody I admire greatly. This particular story, though, that he and I worked on together has a flaw in it. And so what I'm going to do is play this story, which was set in Kosovo, in a town called Mitrovica. Mitrovica is up in a part of the country that it was one of the divided cities. They essentially had a river that went through the town. And on one side it was Serbian, and the other side it was Albanian, and the town was divided. And so families got divided because they had intermarried before the Kosovo War started. And what he was trying to profile was how the town had been split apart and how that played out. So here goes the story. See if you can figure out what the problem is with this story.
Mitrovica, joined by a bridge, divided by a bridge. On one side, angry Serbs. On the other, angry ethnic Albanians. Caught in between, the French KFOR contingent.
We see that the people were very afraid and they would like we protect us more than we do, but we are not enough now to protect everybody.
Passage across for either group is permitted by the French, who do not want to see Mitrovica become another Berlin, divided. But for a young man, it takes either courage or foolhardiness to cross. David Ordic, a Serb, was determined to cross the bridge to see his sister on the Albanian side. Angry Kosovar Albanians attacked him. His family tried to pull him back. Then he tried to pull a gun concealed in his jeans. A French soldier disarmed him. Ordic was escorted back across the river. Ethnic Albanians say the incident confirms their fears, but it's not safe for them to live among Serbs here.
The Serbian is not Serbian, he's a criminal who killed the children and women and old people. When he's a 15-year-old. Yes. Oh, man.
The Serb, David Ordic, says the same thing about ethnic Albanians.
They come in the town and they want to take our land.
In Mitrovica, each side has its own bottom line. The Serbs say they will not leave. The ethnic Albanians say they are moving back. And the French say they could use some more help. But more troops alone will not end the hatred here that has existed for centuries, to this day. Mike Betcher, CNN, Mitrovica, Yugoslavia.
So what's the problem with this story? Yes, ma'am.
He took one person's view and kind of generalized it.
One person's view and generalized it. Isn't that what we do in cinema in storytelling? We find a way to personalize the story and put it in some kind of context.
Right, but you work the other way. You see what the sentiment is and then you find those stories.
How do you know that you didn't do that?
I
just play devil's advocate.
And I thought it was very strange when he said hatred for centuries when there was a time.
That's true, but the distrust had gone back. I mean, there had been all kinds of accusations. Kosovo wanted its independence because of some battle that took place in 1500. The field of Blackbird, the field of ravens. Anybody who studied the Kosovo history correct me on which one it is. Some dreadful battle where the forces came over the rock and field. The Blackbird and the ravens came down, they forces, and they had that ship in the port. There's a lot of that stuff. Yeah.
It seemed to me like he was really on the side of the guy with the gun. He was walking across the street with it, asking the answer to the question. He's only 15 years old. It seems like, how did the other kid about to walk the street was talking to him earlier, saying, oh, ready to go, let me follow you?
Well, actually, there's a little bit of backstory there which we'll come back to. Hold that thought. Yeah. What do you mean you got involved in the story? Wait a minute. You're saying the reporter pulled him back? Yeah. Well, let's look at that again. Hold on. Are you saying, Kate, that the reporter got involved in the story in some way?
Yes, Richard, I am.
Let's look at it in slow motion. Kate is not a plant, by the way.
Oh, that is it.
So she has very good vision. That's exactly what happened. Now, you asked a question. Shall we focus in? So, I worked on the script with Mike, and I thought, wow, what a fantastic script. Right? It's beautifully written, beautifully crafted, all put together, no issues here. Thought, wow, this is going to be great. I really need to see this when it comes in because I want to recommend it to the executive producers because I want the story to run and run and run. So the piece fed in. It's something called a satellite for the internet. It came in and they recorded on videotape. And then back, this was when satellites only had one audio channel. So we had two audio channels on the feed. And so they had to play the story back the second time to do the natural sound version of the story, so that we had to fix something. We had both channels of audio. And so they fed it in with the second channel. And I saw it go by a second time, but this time I recognized the green shirt. And I knew he'd got into the story. So I called up Mike and I said, what gives, Mike? You didn't tell me about this part. Well, I didn't want to be the focus of the story. I didn't want to be the focus of the story. I wanted to be the reporter, and I didn't want to be made out to be some kind of hero. I didn't want to be made out to be any kind of hero. I wanted to be the reporter. And so I didn't think it was made to put it in. All I did was prevent, this escalating. I think we need to write something in, Mike. No, I'm not going to do it. Well, by this time, the story had aired once, being turned around. It did air on one of the late afternoon shows at 6 o'clock or something, early evening. And so he and I were having a knockdown drag out over the phone. And I said, what we have to do, Mike, is to put in a line that goes something along the lines of, we didn't know what was going to happen next, but he got mobbed, and the CNN crew and his family pulled him back and sent him back towards the French lines. What we didn't know is he had a gun in his pocket. Right, sort of set that up. He would not do it because he felt it would make him part of the story. Well, he was part of the story, so we were at an impasse, so I killed the story. So this story has probably seen more viewers in these classes than still on the air, sadly, because it was such a great piece of reporting. Now, you asked a question about whether he knew in advance what was going to happen. So what had transpired was that Mike had gone to a family on one side, the Albanian side, or the Serbian side, and had profiled a family that was divided. Basically, the daughter was living with the grandmother or the aunt on the other side, and had married into a Serbian family. So the kid wanted to go with the mother, who was allowed passage back and forth, because elderly women, nobody bothered them. But a military-age guy, 16, 17, 18, this kid's 15, got into trouble. So the guy is walking with Mike, says, you cannot cross with us. I'm going to cross with you. No, you cannot cross with us. So, of course, he crosses with them, then he gets jumped. Mike pulls him back and sends him back, and then the guy pulls a gun out of his pocket. Now, from my perspective, I think Mike made the right decision to intervene. I think Mike thinks he made the right decision because ultimately, if you look back at this, I believe that if he had not intervened, somebody would have died that day. Either that kid would have been beaten to death by the mob, or the kid would have got a gun out and killed somebody who was trying to beat him. If Mike hadn't intervened, somebody would have died. But we needed to get that disclosure somewhere into the story. So as a human being, we have to do the right thing outside of us as journalists. Right? He did the right thing as a human being. But then as journalists, we have to be able to disclose it. It's like, somebody's bleeding to death by the side of the road. Do you shoot it with a camera? You got it. You put the camera down. Well, in fact, you can put the camera down and put it on record. And you can do some of that. But as human beings, we mustn't forget as journalists that we're human beings. Now, that's the takeaway from this with Mike. Yes, ma'am?
would you ever make the decision to do something against the reporter? Like if he didn't want to put that in there, but you did, had you not been good friends with him or known him as well, would you have put it in?
Well, we would have, I ordered him to put it in and he refused, so I killed the story.
Could you get someone else to put it in?
Well, we could have done it after the fact, but I think it would have been inappropriate somehow. It would have called in its attention. It would also raise questions about his ethics. And I think if it had been a self-disclosure, remember the first thing you said about talking about self-disclosure. Self-disclosure, I think it would have ameliorated a lot of that, but we didn't let that go. Any other questions about this one? Okay, just enough time to do one more example. During the last Iraq War, you remember shock and awe? Remember the initial attack? The Americans had a media pool where the various news networks had a large numbers of reporters scattered with the U.S. military. And whoever was with the U.S. military from a news organization, their work was exclusive to that news organization. But the British had a different media pool. They had it set up such that everybody who was embedded worked for every other news organization in Britain. Since CNN has a huge presence in London, we were granted the opportunity to be part of the British media pool. And we joined it along with Sky News, with BBC, with ITV or ITN, and put a bunch of reporters in. And we all shared all the work that was being generated. Sky News had a reporter by the name of James Furlong who drew the straw of being assigned to a Royal Navy submarine that was in the Gulf. And this was his report, which I cleared on the Thursday after the war started. So it would have been 2 days after the actual fighting started. This came out. It came into CNN early in the morning. I looked at it, thought it was a great piece, and cleared it for air. The Royal Navy censors had cleared it. They had looked at it and cleared it, and they re-released it on Sunday night. And it aired again on CNN on Sunday night and again on Monday morning after this. Each time it was unchanged when it was re-released by the Royal Navy censors. What I would like you to look at is look at this story and see if you can see the flaw with this story that I missed.
For the first time, a reporter has gotten a look at the Iraqi war from the belly of a submarine in the Persian Gulf. British television correspondent James Furlong is aboard the HMS Splendid.
Allow fire! Allow fire! Beneath the waters of the Persian Gulf, the nuclear-powered submarine HMS Splendid, and the final moments before a cruise missile is launched. Execute. The coordinates set, the target many miles over the horizon. Discharge. Missile away. DCB correct. Missile seen to fly. Booster separation. Transition to cruise. HMS Splendid, one of 2 Royal Navy submarines in the region. The lives of the 120 men on board and the work they do, for the most part beneath the waves and out of the spotlight. Her exact position on any day, strictly classified. The nickname the Silent Service is well deserved, because despite all the coverage of this conflict, this is the first time that any cameras have been allowed on board any submarine, British or American, since the start of the war with Iraq. Also classified is the number of cruise missiles she has launched. But on the opening day of the war, 3 American ships and 2 submarines, between them fired a total of 50.
And thanks for that report.
So who would like to guess what the problem is with this story? Speak up so everybody can hear you. No, that's not it.
What did he say?
Sorry?
What did he say?
The lives of the people on the
Oh.
ship.
He said also classified is the number, and then he said a number. Is that?
Well, the number that the ship had fired, but they had made public the number they had fired during the war. Yes.
They said also classified was location.
The location? That's
and
right.
then there was a map right next to it.
That was not the issue. The Royal Navy censored it clear that, yes.
You talked about American ships, and you didn't say that the American government cleared them to talk about.
No, that was not the issue.
If it's filmed underwater in the submarine, how can you have the shots of the missile out
There's a
of
handout
the water?
video. That was gun sight video, from the periscope video. It was handout from the Royal Navy.
Maybe showed the screens.
Maybe some of the screens showed sensitive information. No, that's not the issue. Yeah.
It was the news anchor.
No, it was not the news anchor. Sorry, what?
What he had said.
No. This is a good one, guys.
Feel better about this again?
Yeah, I feel a lot better about this one. So, I didn't know I had screwed up this one for quite a while.
Can you give us a hint?
A hint? Well, I'm going to actually tell you what it was. Everything you saw in the story, from beginning to end, was faked. The ship was moored, classified, in the port of Aden. It never left its berth while this reporter was aboard. It never fired a missile in the opening days of the war. The Royal Navy was so anxious to get the fact out helping our troops. Didn't want those Yanks to get all the glory. That they staged a demonstration of the launch on board the ship. And then they classified where the ship was and how many missiles it had launched. Then Furlong did the stand-up saying it's the first time a crew had been on board, which was accurate. And then they left out of the story, conveniently, the fact that this was a demonstration. The gun sight video was, in fact, gun sight video fired from that ship of a test launch. The whole thing was faked. And the Royal Navy went along with it, transmitting that story because they were so happy about it, not once, not twice, but 3 times. This would never come out except for the second crew on board the ship, a BBC crew, who was on board for about a month. And when they got off the ship, after it had seen some action, they went back to London and said, right, we're doing this little doc. I wonder what the Sky News crew, because we can use their stuff because it's cool, they might have got something useful. Let's see what they filed. So they pulled the stuff out of the archive, took a look at it, and wait a minute, they never fired a shot. So they went public with it. James Furlong went into the field behind his house with his hunting rifle and blew his brains out, leaving a 2-year-old child without support. His wife had never held a job. And the cameraman is now working in a fish and chip shop in South London. The fact is, if you don't think ethics matters, you only have to think of the Furlong case and how his life was destroyed by his appalling decision and by the greed of the British government and the Royal Navy in wanting to put out a story that was positive. And our gullibility as an executive producer looking at this stuff and deciding, yes, I think we can put that on the air, what a great story that is. Whether you end up in journalism or whether you end up in accounting at a car dealership or whether you end up making toothpaste for a living or whether you end up doing menial work growing organic vegetables, the fact is, ethics really matter in who we are and in our credibility and in your own personal credibility. And we've wrestled with a bunch of things today, some of which are hard, some of which have been fairly easy for us to work through, but all of them, all of the decisions we reached, we came to after we talked it through, right?
Right.
And so one of the things that I will hope that you take away from this experience is that you will find a buddy here in your internship program, someone with whom you can have a long-lasting relationship, someone whom you can debate when you get into an ethical situation that you're challenged by and who will maintain your confidence, and who you can talk it through with, and so that you can reach the right place, so you can find your way to the right spot. Because it's so hard to do this by yourself. How should I handle this? How shall I work it through? You guys have been absolutely fantastic. It's an outstanding group. Wouldn't you say there's probably some recruiting candidates in this group?
Maybe.
So I thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you so much for taking time out of your schedule to facilitate this class. I've said this class ever since we facilitated here with our interns, and I tell you, I learned something new from it each and every time. So I hope you guys learn a lot from Richard and can be able to take this back to you or with you as you learn through your intern. And I want to thank each and every one of you guys for coming out and hearing Richard, because this is just an awesome class. So again, I thank you guys for coming out. Before you leave, I just wanted to let you know that we do have another event planned, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's the 18th, is that right? 17th. They don't teach corporate in college, which will be held over at the Technical campus. So I'm not sure if Bridget has already sent that out.
Yeah, that should be on their calendar.
Okay, so it should be on your calendar, so I hope to see each and every one of you guys at that event as well. But again, thank you so much for coming out today.
And, you know, it's just instruction.
I know.
It gives people starting from
Doing good. I wrote down some questions I wanted to ask you, but I didn't get.
I had a question for him.
You know what? That needs to be part of the discussion too.
Sounds good.
Hi, Richard. Thank you so much.
Oh, actually, yes, I've seen you.
Yeah. I wrote down a few questions that I wanted to ask you
Sure.
during that time.
Yeah.
Recently there's been a lot of unrest in Iran and China, and I know they were using so much amateur and unverified video, and I know they haven't been using it for China, but other things like Twitter and Facebook, how do you know whether
You cross-verify it. I mean, one of the things we were doing with Iran was using our Iranian experts. Okay, is that an Iranian license plate in the car? Is that an Iranian street sign? Oh, yeah, that's the corner of Main and Pecan. You know, everybody knows where that is. That's just down the street from. And then it fits with other images we have, and then they went through all of it. But no, that's right. And we were being trying to be transparent against that. You know, we were early on. We were saying that was unverified video. In fact, to rape. I mean, I sort of learned early on that unverified. You know, if somebody's beating them over the head, it's pretty verified that they're being beaten. The question is, was it Thursday or Friday? It's okay to say, well, we don't know whether it was Thursday or Friday. Just be transparent about that.
And with things like with Twitter and Facebook, things that people are writing in.
Twitter gives us a jumping off for discussion. Step back to the say,
like I said, and I like the way that he comes through and kind of active. He's got you guys the real thing, but I think those beauty, we've been studying so far, and so I think it's really good.
Where are you
can go hang out at
Yeah, I was sort of eager. And then he was like, no.
You know, when I first
when I first
saw this, it was kind of like, oh, okay, because I was like, I'm one of you guys too, because this is my first time seeing it. So I'm like, so I was like, oh, okay. And each time I see him, I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. So yeah, it is. Nobody ever guessed that before. The very first time. The guy the reporter that jumped in, that was the first time that anybody had jumped in. Yeah. But you don't notice it. It's just kind of like, okay, you don't really.
Some guy getting punched in the face, not a broadcaster.
Right. Exactly.
Definitely the most interesting.
Good. I'm glad because I thought, because this class is kind of telling them that something that you really can't learn, like you got to really something that you're into this job. I
don't know. I thought it was an interesting conversation.
Oh yeah, because people's gonna have different views. Yeah. And then like your views,
He brought up 3 different cases, and I entire time just wanted to be like, well, my view on the first time was completely against everyone else's, but then it's the same on the next time.
And it's no really right and wrong answer thought about. It's just like what is okay. So because of my decisions, this is what's happened. So it's not really, that's the thing about it. Yeah.
You must have a really good case by case.
Right. It is. Right. Exactly. Just like the one he used with the Bud Dwyer guy. It's like one person said let's show it, one person said let's not. Person said not. Got suspended, but then guess what? Okay, this other person, this other company or this station got suspended, so. Right. But the one, right. So it's kind of like, well, what do you do? Were you able to ask a question?
Yeah, but I have so many. I should probably just email him.
Yeah, why don't you email him?
I sat with him on the road before.
Oh, did you? Okay. Okay.
Michael.
Well, just responsive, and so definitely.
I got a lot of questions from information that people just aren't answering. They're free. They're like supposed to be. Yeah.
It's old school.
It's not. I said, fine, it's probably in your Oh, okay.
Right.
if there aren't any issues, here are the two places.
Like, I have a question on things like that are happening.
You know what? I would reach out to Lori. Do you ever see Lori or Anna Velez? Okay, they're admin, but they can steer you in the right way. Anna Velez. Velez, you see, and then Lori Manfield, MANVILLE. They're both in admin, but they can steer you in the right direction to say, okay, hey, this person's not a member. That's why we ask for so we can help you guys. If you have questions, we can answer. Thanks. Yeah, you're welcome. You enjoy the rest of your day. Okay.
Bobby.
Yeah.
And even just running out of first quarter stuff too.
Yeah.
We're going back to 2008.
I've
now.
only
really?
watched in 2008. Yeah.
Is there? Well, oh, I know why. Because you guys are watching. But Yakum has stuff that we've got. I mean, they always have stuff.
Yeah, I like it. Thank you. I just went to the Ethics and Media workshop. Yeah, it was interesting. how are you?
Doing good. Let me email you this. We're cutting some elements from Nile TV. And yes.
Chris,
Yes, hello? Hey. Hey. Well, yeah, he sent. Yeah, so let's go ahead. Can we, like, how can we cut him? I mean, I believe we can we just cut him and put him on a tape? I'll have somebody put him on a tape and maybe put him in the system in the shirt drive. That would be best, I guess. You know? Yeah, that's what I gotta tell him. Let me tell him this and see what I can do. Okay? Thank you. Actually, I'll let you know.
Okay. Okay. Okay, yeah, just let me know.
Selling spots. The interview segment.
Oh, I've been waiting.
That thing how long?
Yeah, sure. 1012.
Okay. Around today, Western media.
Okay. Just a basic, not too many details. Just say where CNN. Most of it we need to know where CNN is showing, and they just say this kind of lightly what they say. You don't have to tell everything. Just the important thing is that CNN, they're talking about CNN.
Oh, they're talking about CNN.
And what they're saying, yeah.
Okay.
Also,
Do they
other
have headphones anywhere?
internet, CNN, American networks as well.
Just the Western media.
They're talking about Western media, how they covered post-election.
I don't want to put this in my ear.
Throwing stuff against the wall. She kind of knows what she wants to do. Just trying to take her to the guests of their show. Just trying to, give them a eye.
Yeah, he just
It's not fun, does it?
And she was doing dinner, that's why her battery there's a zillion of them over there.
Oh, I didn't see it. Thanks.
For the evening or dinner?
No.
We're about to leave. There's something planned?
No.
Look, we have our clients.
Sad said he had some stuff he wants to help him with.
Where's Jeff? Oh, you know what the big news? That your show to work. So I guess they're trying to find video. They were looking for Ben Wilkins. Well, let's hand over.
Yes.
Is there anybody to hand over to?
Yes.
Who's on the evening shift? Igor? Hello. All right, let's do this so we can get these guys back downstairs. Who's supervising?
On the
Here's the baby. Well, they're working on it. Igor, why don't you? Oh, there's Ari too. Okay, Igor, you can kind of. Why don't you be the center pole until we figure out what we're doing here?
Again, someone made the good news accept me. I've been waiting all day to be the first person to tell somebody the news, and everyone. It's okay. Guys, did you hear?
Guess what the news is? Exactly. Alonzo doesn't.
You and Laura, my name is
Be quiet. You don't know what the news is.
What?
Yes, it's going anyway.
And here is his wife like sitting with him.
Ah.
Twins.
That's nice. That's very nice.
Big story out of Britain today was a science story about the
Cindy, make me on two.
sperm cell from embryonic cell. The medical unit has approved 2 Julian Rush packages, a long package and a short package. These are better than one package by Lawrence McGinn, the one they're all acceptable, but Miriam Falco says that Julian Rush is all better. Long and short.
So you said McGinty and Rush?
That's right. That's right. The Rush filed 2. The short one and the long. Have a couple of packages dealing with Britain and Afghanistan. The British Defense Secretary spoke about Afghanistan. Yeah, you know, ITV News is doing a series on obesity. I think an interesting piece looking out for services for the obese have changed. Mortuaries, hospitals, firefighters, training of people to lifting, how they can do these services. Also from ITV News, Bill Neely has a long and short version of a package with Shaheen, that 12-year-old boy who sang Jackson. Got some international pieces from Channel 4 that have Jonathan Rodriguez in the 18th. Lindsay Hilson, a good piece on China, the army going into the western province today, showing a tremendous show of force, 12 in the Tiger possible virus that we've had over the past couple of days. And Nick Peyton Walsh found from Seoul was a package regarding North and South Korea. Various elements, of course, Kim Jong-il making the appearance today. He shows a South Korean army military force drill, how they would interdict North Korean ships outside there. So also goes near the border and shows one woman in one village and how she protect herself in case if there ever is a North Korean invasion. I think that was about 4 minutes long.
I'm sorry, did you say that Julian Rush piece on sperm that was...
That's the better of the two according to Falco, but again, Rush and McGinty are both access.
And they're okay, access.
Access like
Do you know if they're filing anything for me?
They probably will do a piece. It could be the same again to maybe after the other. But again, if y'all think this is pretty good, I would take another. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Max Foster will have his own Shaheen Reacts piece for 4p. Next, we send a whole bunch of US media coverage for the Day Show, Game, and Super. Great package. Sunni's package is in, Green Chris Mayer, and Morgan's package is in G8 press promises. That was in for 2p. Both Western Morgan
Jaime Fortu's Peter 404 in the morning, and now 87. Done for tonight. This package is in. Everybody is aware. There's another package from China this morning. China, few returns
because the president cut his trip short to he went back to deal with the press. Yeah, I'm about oh yes. So Heidi will start live show at 8 instead of 7. So whatever routes we can everybody do it. Heidi and Brad, it's really difficult to get into the corner. If you don't know which man, call them. It's very hard to do live shows and you like from Islamabad, wire spy, then key commander of Pakistan Taliban got injured today in military offensive. We do not have any pictures of that. Sin and I was able to grab something from the that's the only thing we have available. Big Robertson did fly. His last flight was at 3 p.m. He's leaving Pakistan. So we don't have anybody there. Stan Grant is arriving.
Hey, are you hanging on me?
Excuse me, let me and
Nick Robinson, another package that was flight earlier, is called Pakistan Forbidden.
anything to do?
Yeah, only one thing is Sophie.
Yeah.
Anything more?
One thing Sophie is doing is with
It says here in
Really?
yeah, so that package is called Forbidden.
Ethan called
Korea today, North Korea.
I'll call them. Ethan called
For Yonhap, they actually accused in North Korea for hacking on cyber, using that for cyber attack. We got it from Yonhap, we sent it to CNN Wires, and CNN Wires included it to the wire that was written on cyber attack subject is part of that wire. If you want to look for this part of the story. And regarding the clear picture of Kim Jong-il, Sin and I, Miglena, we both might live out of Hong Kong tonight at 8 p.m. The picture is available, they've been running it, and Chinoy has been he's no longer with CNN. Sin and I may need to upgrade Soul camera.
There might be a guest, a U.S. professor of the University of Georgia, and if Jim Clancy was connected with this guy, he gets also it was in the 3:30. Come in, see the 9 paid $7. Yes. Yeah. So Steve and I covered the $700 for the camera, and then we would bring in $500 for the GA and the writers, so she could interview and get out of the show. And also, you really chat with the world of Rio Tinto.
Pass line 1, please.
So I've asked emails.
Okay, the Rio Tinto story out of
Shanghai. Oh yeah.
Yeah, Sydney is Shanghai. Trying to play the Rio Tinto employee and accuse him of spying. So it's a big story. Everybody's interested. We did not get only Australian foreign ministry and we don't have anything else. And
And she needs to contact with right?
Because she's not aware. She's got an email that she's going to cover it. So when you break her off, it's going to be your task to tell her. I also
Well, tomorrow, like when I'm talking in work, there's some treatment going to be outside, but that doesn't help you to say this.
Don't call me. Don't call her. I just gave her that half hour. So.
And then when you're talking to Sojier or so, you would only use Sojier if that's what we're on. Beginning to do CNN pays the camera, they would do it straight with the anchor, whoever it was, and then Sojier separately would talk to them and get out of it. Just about to kill them.
And Roy, before leaving, she sent an email to everybody in INS. She's like, can we get a reporter for our Hong Kong show? the Asia shows. So Sturge, a new source guy on OpenAI, he said that he's going to pass it on to the next ship. Not next ship, but this coming ship, because they're going to be able to talk to the Aussies only after 5 years.
Is there an email channel?
Yes.
Can you look me in on it? So I can
Okay.
follow.
We already
Talk about the Australian captain. Maybe you have the customs deal tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay. I'll go on the phone. Okay, I had Middle East, except Iraq and Africa. Okay, I'll do Africa first quickly. Okay, so anyway, nothing is outstanding. Gilbert, Robin Turner Carver look like on Connect on G8 and Africa VU. So that's in, and there's a lot of net of the same look like. She filed, or they're supposed to cut it and just. There's no need for any coverage, so they're just doing that huge color up. And Nairobi, David McKenzie's package, Kenya Aid debate, it's in. He was right around the 220. He is good like it. Nothing else from him. Middle East, Saudi Arabia, thanks to Octavia and Assad. I do not have any chance to work on this. There's been a lot of work. About 203 people were convicted on charges of terrorism. I don't know. Minister of Justice in Saudi Arabia, so Octavia did a live show at 3:20, and they're working on all the details for the riot as well. I'll forward you an email. Probably will end up doing it. Jerusalem, Paul Hancock is going to do a look line for 4P on King's Bible, but there was no news, so everybody is united. Iran. Well, they were not monitoring number of meetings and stuff like that in their logs, you know, to check what they're doing. I've noted that, but nothing out of it, so I didn't do anything. Amir, our translator in California, he sent us a number of updates. One of those is that names of 50 people who have been arrested. Some of these people have been arrested at least 2 weeks or longer. And Riot has information they're putting something together. They are members of the Islamic Occupation Front, founded by Khamenei's brother. And they, you know, their main slogan is "We are for all Iranians." They're looking for equality, obviously. The dates of being arrested are updated daily, apparently. Right now there are 50 people in Forever. I don't know. These packages? You guys have told me. Oh, okay. So.
Sure.
And other things, I'm over here. I'm not fun.
Is that okay? That's the only person that can get
Sorry. Peruvia's office announced that they created a hotline phone number for any families and detainees to call for any follow-up information they need from their family members and loved ones. So that is in our wire as well. Press TV had a half-an-hour program on Western media and post-election coverage. Okay? I isolated that with unnecessary just in the system separately under one number, which is log. Sophie is going through that. She's sitting with a rough log of what was in the program. So because Pneumatic is very interested in this, Show's interested in this, and then we'll use it. We will use it.
Do we have already some specific idea, like what to do with it after she logs?
It needs to be analyzed. Reza or Octavia or
It's not
They're on a little bike for the private package, and they take snippets from NBC, Fox, CNN, BBC, you know. It's a larger program. They have done this before. So, Channel 10 is government offense, we should have stayed posted, especially actually on the French team who's in Iran.
Yes.
What you say that they won't take the lawyers for the better.
Do we have any sort of headline today? The 50 people arrested?
These are the headlines.
Okay.
The other headline is that, you know, no permission for any demonstration. If such things happen, they will be installed and tomorrow the offices are going to be open half day. That's the news. The other thing is tomorrow will be a big day. It's the 10th anniversary. There was an uprising. There was a worldwide demo. Canada, a couple of cities I confirmed those. Germany is confirmed 2 places. There will be possibly another one in Munich. And London, there's going to be one in London. We will be covering AP is covering Germany, Denmark. Denmark is going to be covered by affiliates. Okay. And there are a number of places in the United States. And actually, I sent it to everybody in National Press. They're working on those cities. So they're going to be and we are hearing rumblings, for people who came back and to Twitter and places, but there will be demos tomorrow. What form they will take, I don't know. They could be the silent demos, people just be walking in the streets without everybody's asked not to keep their cell phones. Just carry a red road. A symbol of Okay, that's all I have.
What is Rosa Fire?
I don't know, they didn't tell me. I should update my logbook.
My turn? Ready? Okay. Out of Honduras, not much news today. Zelaya is expected to arrive in Costa Rica. I still don't have an estimated time of arrival. Shaletti is arriving tomorrow, so they're going to meet tomorrow. Carl hasn't been live all that much. He did one hit for CNI, one for domestic. If you want him, he's still available. He's packaging, so... I'm sure he'll be able to do
I wonder if I should just email this to Talia.
He is packaging.
That's not who needs this.
But it releases at 4 p.m. tomorrow. It's on the race
And you? Okay. What's your last name?
I just got that from you right now. There's Brian Burns package that was the coverage note, ego pouch. I saw that it ran once yesterday at 3 p.m., but either way, that's in the system and ready to go. And out of Afghanistan, Atia now is at Camp Bastion in Helmand Province. She just did her last paper for CNNI. And we got some new video clips on Marines. Just kind of running around, not really engaging in combat, but just showing difficult conditions that they're living in. No, she gathered elements, she pulled them up. And that's all I have.
Very cool. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, there's a meeting before. Here's the thing, you want us to cut some elements from non-TV equipment to shred drive. So it's been you just FTP, you can have
Instead of video stuff?
Yeah, why not? You just want to show a little Frederick like mean, basically, he wants some video of the funeral and some pictures of her. I'll put you on the email right now, but I gotta tell him just let's go ahead and FTP it. We get the insert done over here. I have the media source number and all that, and I asked Scott to cut it, so everything is set up. But there's no point of putting him on the share doc. It's gonna take it out, right? Okay, well I'll send you stuff. I'm asking him.
From New York.
Is your Yoptimat over? Is your Yoptimat over?
The Yoptimat is over.
I don't understand that. Oh,
you understand.
Yeah, so I'm totally torn.
Yeah.
And you have to do and I'm like Son, I mean, this is right out. We are in agreement on that, right? Do you concur? Is yes, that over? Jesus. Day after day, wasted, you know? Yesterday. Well, I didn't have anything to show for myself yesterday. Although,
Hey Gina, is Res available for American Morning tomorrow?
I sent you that.
Thank you.
And I sent it to, Ari told me to send it to him and send it to him.
Excellent, thank you.
No problem.
actually, I should get the jump on this phone because you were telling me. Emer, would you pick up on line 1 please with Carl Benhol?
Hey Carl. I can release it to them, then what should I hold up? So it's like, so it's CNI doesn't get over down, like by 4 o'clock tomorrow, you know, every other show is running at 1 o'clock. I mean, what is it? There's a difference or it's just like from a CNI point of view, so it's the folks that check where the let me quickly ask Ronwood, okay? 1 second, hold on. I can just, yeah. Can I email you? Or just back for you. What's it? Absolutely. Thank you. Good idea. I'll let you know. Is Ron in there by chance?
Oh, yes,
Unless, I don't know if Sad has something that... Good. What are you working on tonight, Eugene? Do you wanna...
Like tomorrow evening. Yoga tonight. Going to yoga tonight.
Oh, you are?
Soon we will play. It'll be fit for tomorrow. I can't damage myself.
I mean, probably what time are you going to go?
At 6 o'clock. Veritas. Maybe I'll see you.
I've never been so confident, so ready for you. Hopefully my interview for after is going to be well, my wife is having her down. Like yesterday, she goes, it's so funny. Yesterday, my wife, she goes, I don't want to go move to this camel job. And I'm like, honey, you're Moroccans. You still have desert and camels. And she goes, not really. And I'm like, it's huge. It's like, you know, 31st of August.
Please receive.
So, what's up? I have something over here just annoying me in it forever, like a darker spot. And I don't know, they're saying I'm getting and the dermatologist removed it. And it felt, I mean, it was painful. Like, yeah. So he said it's going to be gone, but if it comes back, Yo salí.
Oh, so you both were.
Yeah.
And I don't have...
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well,
I have a thing I want you to know that. Yes. Can I give it to you or?
Yeah, let's bring it over.
Here.
Oh, okay, I'm coming your way. Sorry, Dave.
Okay. I have a question. There's something that I don't really understand, and I asked him. No one's really here. With what's going on in Honduras, I know that everyone's calling it a coup because of how they're the government is saying that it's unconstitutional. But I read their constitution, Honduras constitution, says that if any power attempts to change the constitution or do anything like that, it's against their constitution. They can't. It's against the law.
Yeah, but he was trained to amend the Constitution so he can stay in power for another term.
Exactly. So how is what they were doing unconstitutional?
Your side, you can either mail it like this or in the box.
I'll send you the check number so you can. Thank you, babe.
Okay.
Well, I think the only reason it's being labeled unconstitutional because everybody around the world.
Sorry, Nate. Oh, sorry. I forgot you.
Yeah, but how can we condemn it if it's not?
And we're not. I mean, the United Nations did.
But our president is saying that he should be reinstated. I don't understand how.
Well, it's just, I think one of the reasons is because, first of all, I personally, on a personal level, but also because it brings the memories of what happened. Back in the days, the CIA, all this stuff in America. And since, Obama ended the years that you want to have this fine. No. Listen, I don't want to keep owing you guys days. You know what owing you guys more days mean? I'm gonna get screwed on a bigger scale. Let her relax, enjoy her day. I have somebody already. Habibi, So cancel. No, I can't. I'll hook you up together. You want me to put you on the same set? I'll put you on overnight next rotation together. How about that? Rotation. The whole rotation. Same days out.
Are you sure Anna and
Trust me. We have two pregnant women. You know what that means? Okay. So let's. I know you will. Trust me. I'll hook you up again, guys. No problem. No, but I think this is why. This is why it's there. That's what.
Because everyone's saying.
No, I mean, trust me. You know how many guys
But even like everything that I read, even in different newspapers,
that's what everybody's saying, because there's,
But can't they see that it's that what they did was
well,
right?
I think it's good to, well, if it is part of the Constitution, if the Constitution said that it is, I think it's worth sending it to wires and say, an important note.
So you saw
whoever is updating the wire on Honduras, printed out of the Constitution.
I sent it to myself in an email, so
and forward it to them and say, by the way, this is what these people are using because we need to show that other perspective. Right now, we're working in Germany, and everybody's showing her perspective. Everybody's showing the outrage, and it's very
what about
story. But I want to know who the hell, why the guy did it. Was it just because she was Muslim and he was racist?
Maybe he had a real motive.
Well, no, the motive, according to everybody, was she sued him for insulting her, trying to
She's on the meeting schedule.
She sued him, won the court fined him like 75, 100 euro or whatever. He got mad and the court ruled and said you don't deserve to live and stab her 18th second time. So it's really insane, but it's good to know. It's nice to know what the hell his background is. Everybody's saying he's German, Russian origin, but it's like I love sometimes some American movies where the villain is always speaking in Russian or German accent. So double villain. But it's really nice to know what is his real motive? Maybe he was mentally ill and he just and he had this phobia and he did what he did. I'm not trying to defend his game, but I want to know more about his shit. The only thing I know about him is his name is Alex Davis. So
what does that help?
Exactly. I want to know more about the guy. Was did he have a criminal record? Did he, attack anybody else's past? Did he target blacks? Did he target other minorities? Not necessarily Muslims. I mean, it would be nice to put more light rocks. The story than just what everybody else reports. I see your point, but
I just don't is it right that we're still calling it that?
No, it's not. I believe. Well. Constitution
because I looked at the definition of a coup and it says an unconstitutional overthrow. Well, what they did was constitutionally.
But they kicked them out of the country.
Yeah, but that's what it said that they should do.
Well, coup is not. You can do a coup without kicking people out of the country and banning from coming back. But actually, what they're doing right now is banning this plane from entering space and so on.
Yeah, well, and it said that he cannot be reinstated for 10 years. That's what it says in our Constitution. So how are we saying that it's okay that he should be put back?
I would get these facts, from the Constitution and forward it to somebody in Wire so that they can look at it. Let's go and talk to whoever is dealing with Latin America right now and see who's updating the Wire, and based on that we'll be able to. Hey, baby. No, I'm working on something quick and I'm getting the hell out of here. أمير اليوم راح على المدفع المستشفى. ما في ولا على المستشفى اليوم. She's gonna deliver today. Her scheduled date was supposed to be on the 16th, but she's delivering today. Yeah, ما هي بس عندها complication حرام. So that's why I have to stay in order to get somebody over here. But let me finish up. اتصل فيك من جوا كنت احنا حدا بمشي. Okay, I'll send you the stuff. I'll call you من جوا, okay? Okay. So talk to Igor.
Okay.
And since he's stupid, and based on that, see who's dealing. Yeah, I mean, I would just, talk to whoever's dealing with that. You're doing Latin America? Who's doing it?
I am doing Latin America.
Okay, talk to this gentleman right here. Okay, Spanish? Whenever he has, مثل ما انت بتحكي عربي. I said, just like he talked Arabic, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
هي هلا نحكي على قواعد
Lipstick, he likes it, but the brown, no.
Well, you're like a fashion...
Yeah.
She asks me.
He is the one to know. Fine, sure.
She asks me, so I tell her. That's all. She asks.
No problem.
Fashion heroes,
Well...
I don't have any lipstick on.
No, none?
What about mine?
Do you have some on?
Yes.
Oh, it looks natural.
I don't see...
Yeah, it looks like your natural lips. I don't know what they normally look like. Okay.
You're
So
looking
he's
at
the
the
guy
wrong
to talk to.
Talk to him, he would know. Basically, she has some information that we can add to our Wire on Honduras, and she just see whoever is working in Wire. She may be updating. She's a CIA.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. Okay,
That's what I'm here for. No, I just have, I've been reading a lot about.
Oh, you're not waiting for me, are you?
Whenever you're done, I just had a question. I talked to Scott about it. He told me I should talk to the Latin Americans.
Sure, assuming that Latin is a normal desk, but yes. No, yeah. Not for us, no.
Excuse me, sir. There's going to be a Pearl Penhall piece.
There is going to be.
There's going to be a Pearl Penhall piece.
Yes.
Short version today for immediate release from and
long version for Scene and I.
long version Scene and I tomorrow at 4.
P or A? PA. For A. P. Connect the rule. Okay.
Like here,
Tada.
So I've been reading everything that's going on in Honduras and how everyone's calling it a coup. And the definition of a coup is an unconstitutional overthrow. But in their constitution, it says that if anyone attempts to change the constitution or do anything like the president did, then they're allowed to do that. And that he cannot be
To do what? To take him out by force? To have the military...
to have him removed from power.
In what way?
It doesn't specify the way.
Did you just happen to
I
go...
read the
to go...
Constitution today.
Why?
Because I was interested in it.
So why... Okay, because it started with the definition of coup.
Because I know what that is, and everyone is saying that he needs to be reinstated into power, but it says in an article of their constitution that if this happens, he can't be reinstated within 10 years.
What I would say, first of all, which changes did he try to do that
He
were...
tried to make it so that he could be in power for longer.
Okay.
Which is unconstitutional.
Is that something... Well, he tried to change the Constitution, so does the Constitution say that no one is allowed to
Yeah, I'll
change it?
tell you.
Sure, just tell me.
Yeah, it does say that.
So, what I would do is this.
Anyone that attempts to change it or make it so that they can be in power for longer, it says it's unconstitutional. They need to be removed from power, and they cannot be reinstated to any position of power for 10 years.
Okay. What I would say is that international. She is not. Cindy? It's Vicky from Backstory on line 2 for you. What I would say is that you should bring this up with wires, but my personal thinking, and I may be completely wrong, is that while this can be good information for a wire or something that is good to bring up in an interview with someone, for purposeful reasons, the term coup is valid because that's essentially what it is. It's true that this context it might not be.
But the term coup means unconstitutional, so it makes everyone think that what they did is unconstitutional, and it's not.
There is a definition, and there is a common use. They don't always completely overlap. I don't think that when people think of coup, they think of constitution. I think that what they think is that simply it was a forceful seizing of the power.
It was, but they're saying that it's unconstitutional.
But are they allowed not to allow him to land in the country, for instance?
Well, but that's a different thing. That's not the coup. The coup is the original overthrowing and removing. And
I would bring it up with wires. My thinking is that they'll probably it's so practical to use that term in this situation. Even though you're right that essentially it might not be the term for it.
I looked it up in a few dictionaries, and the first thing for everything was unconstitutional. So if someone doesn't know what it is, they're going to see it and be like, oh, the people of Honduras are acting unconstitutional.
A dictionary doesn't define things. The dictionary interprets what people mean when they usually say coup or whatever. An encyclopedia would be a more definition thing. But what I would do is that I would bring this up with wires. I don't know what they'll do with it because it's kind of a...
Well, I just think that it's a big misconception. Of whatever.
I would ask did the Honduran people, of course I should have met, did the Honduran, Micheletti, did he say that
You're looking specifically for
that they're
Afghanistan
okay to do that
fighting
because he tried to change the constitution or whatever?
Since the offense
I didn't hear them. Anyone
just begun on the second.
Ari,
Yes.
did you check your emails?
No, now check.
Okay, so you need something to follow up on now.
Okay, what is it?
The yekiran.org website. Oh, you had it done?
Yeah, today.
How are you doing?
Okay.
Didn't hurt? What it was like a
I
decision?
just talked to someone wires about it.
So these are
What do you think,
gonna
Joe?
go.
How many stitches?
Yeah. I almost passed out at the doctor's office. I had to wait.
Thank you.
Oh.
Casey?
No.
Casey. Oh, that's pointed. Casey?
Yes?
Hi, I'm Sophie. I'm an intern on the International Desk.
Hello.
And I had a question, and I asked my supervisor, and he told me to talk to Latin American Minder, and then he told me to talk to you about it.
Okay.
The question that I have, it has to do with Honduras. And do you have a second?
I'm going to
Is there
tell you
someone else?
someone else to talk to me.
Okay.
Call 8-15-17. Talk to Mariano.
Okay.
He's our guy at Espanol. He's a wires guy.
8-15-17.
8-15-17.
Okay, thank you. Is he downstairs?
Yeah, he's
I'll
downstairs
just go
at
there.
Espanol. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Good. That's good. I'm happy.
You can log me off here if you want.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gone.
I tell you.
He told me to talk to
Derive. To me.
person downstairs and
Oh, Manuel?
maybe 8-15-17. He told me to call. I'll just go there.
Yeah, Espanol. He's the one probably writing the wire.
Okay, what's his name, Manuel?
I think just go to Espanol and ask him who's writing the Honduras wire.
Okay, hello. Thanks.
Thank you.
Tell me who writes the wires down here. Do you know?
Yeah, he's right here.
Right here? Okay, thanks. Excuse me. Hi. Do you write the wires for Honduras?
Yes.
I have a question for you. I talked to Ari about this upstairs, and then he sent me the wires upstairs, and then they sent me down here. I'm the International Desk. My name's Sophie. I have been doing some reading about what's going on with the whole coup situation.
Yeah.
And I read a part of the Constitution, the Honduras Constitution, and I read that, I looked up the definition of coup, and it says that it's an unconstitutional overthrowing of the government. But in their Constitution, it says that what Zelaya was doing, trying to change the Constitution by allowing himself to serve for longer,
Right.
well, that's unconstitutional. So what? And so it says that he must be, removed from power and he can't be reinstated for 10 years.
Right.
So how are we? I just don't understand how we're still calling this a coup because it's not unconstitutional.
Well, that's what using the language that all the international organizations have attached to it. The United. Not really. I mean, what happens, like by like the dictionary definition, was that they
No
said
sé si son los de arriba o los del otro street code. Son los de, yo creo que son los del CO, las de la CO.
When the military comes in
Quería pasar sin certificar.
and replaces someone, by definition, we had this debate. It's really, we had.
What the people did was terribly wrong. Now that
No, it was interesting that you bring this up. We had a big debate here when this happened on Sunday. You know, CNN didn't use the word coup for the first, I don't know, maybe the first 6 hours or so of the thing. It was just kind of a military action. What you're saying about like we've heard that counter argument that that the Constitution says that if he had done this, was going to do this.
He tried to.
Well, the fact is that that's where the other technicalities get in.
He held a vote for it.
He didn't.
Oh, that's what I read.
He was going to.
Okay, I read that he did, and they said no, and he was going to do it anyway.
Right, he wanted to hold a vote. They told him you can't hold a vote.
Okay.
But that's what it has. The vote was what the vote would have done. It would have put an item on the ballot in November. That ballot in November wouldn't have said, can I be in power longer or not? That ballot would have said, do you support the creation of a constitutional assembly to modify the Constitution? And so it's kind of like, well, what do you know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of steps before, before we get to that point to see. I mean, the people who can say, he was violating the Constitution, is the Supreme Court. And if they had that, and I think what messes everyone up is that they should have issued those arrest warrants before they arrested him. Or honestly, in my opinion, they should have just arrested the guy.
Juan Pablo, esos son como Sotas vio en el TIS. En el TIS. Okay.
One thing that's been a big mystery is why if he had violated the Constitution, if what he had done was illegal, why didn't they arrest him and put him in jail to face trial for violating the Constitution? Instead, they flew him out of the country, brought him on, and that's where things got very fuzzy.
But I mean, maybe the way that they did it was wrong, but it's still not unconstitutional for them to remove him from power, right?
It's not unconstitutional for them to remove him from power. It is
Article 239 of their Constitution.
What you said is correct. It is not unconstitutional for them to remove him from power. It is unconstitutional for them to remove him from power using military force without the due democratic process beforehand. Yeah. But I mean, it's a good debate. I mean, because if you notice that the provisional government, the interim government, they just repudiate that language. They say it's not a coup. It's not a coup.
Yeah, and we would say, and even our president is saying that he needs to, and all the Organization of American States are saying he needs to be reinstated. But reinstating him or giving him power within 10 years is against their Constitution.
I'm sorry?
Sorry.
Oh, no, I mean, no.
Where are you coming from right now?
Where am I coming from?
Yeah, like, I mean, you said you're an intern?
Yeah,
Where are you going to school?
University of Pittsburgh.
Oh, okay.
I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, no. That's, to me, it's what makes it such a fascinating story. And again, I apologize. They have one more question.
I saw you on Facebook, not on Facebook friend.
Yes, I friended you.
Ciao.
Alright, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay. Sorry. I know you're probably involved in anything. And how we're saying, and the Organization of American States is saying that he needs to be reinstated and they have to do that. It says that they can't. He can't be put back into power within 10 years, take any position.
Alright, because you're interpreting it as that clause in the Constitution has been triggered.
Yeah, how did it happen?
And that's a
He acted unconstitutionally, so they had to remove him, so he can't go back. Right?
well, see, that's the thing. Okay, everything you're saying is absolutely right, except that the trigger's missing. Is what those organizations are saying, and it's the way we've interpreted it. That the trigger is that they didn't remove him properly. That they didn't, so therefore he wasn't removed for violating the Constitution. If he had violated the Constitution, there's a process, and I haven't looked through. I mean, I don't know what is that process. I'm assuming that process is probably spelled out in the Constitution as well.
Not really.
I don't think they have an impeachment process.
It's not really spelled out how it should be done. How to remove it just says he should be removed. It doesn't say how.
Well, if criminal charges, which they claim they have against them for violating the Constitution, for abusing his power. These organizations are saying that he shouldn't just stay in Congress to face those charges. But that's the point I think that you're hitting on, is that trigger hasn't been triggered.
Because it wasn't removed properly?
Right.
But it doesn't say what the proper way to do it is.
Well, I mean, I haven't looked at it. I haven't parsed the Constitution.
I have it. I emailed it.
Okay, no.
Right,
no. No, as you say, it's one thing I've been wanting to, I was like, it'd be cool to take a closer look and see what it all spells out. Because what's interesting about this case is that both sides, the interim government and the ousted president, both sides claim they have a democratic process on their side. Zelaya and the UN, the OAS, they say we have the democratic process on our side. He was illegally removed, unconstitutionally. It broke the democratic tradition of Honduras, and to follow through the democratic process, he must be reinstated. And then you have, Micheletti and his supporters who say the democratic process is on our side. He violated the Constitution, and the military was working on orders from the Supreme Court to carry these out. And so therefore, Congress voted. The Congress voted to instill the new president, and so everything was done legally in Honduras. So
isn't our calling it and everyone else is calling it a coup? Isn't that us taking a side then? Because we're saying, this is an unconstitutional thing that they did.
No, because I think that again, outside of what outside of what the fine print or what are the details of the Costa Rican, Honduran, I'm sorry, too many countries. Honduran Constitution says, just by the internationally accepted dictionary definition of what a coup is. Again, trying to be as impartial as.
Regardless of its.
Trying to be as impartial. What if you had a constitution that says, I don't know, killing your president? I don't know. Okay, well, put it in the face of it. I don't know. It's the word and the term is widely used. It was a coup.
Even if it isn't right?
Well, that would be us taking a side if we're trying to say if it's right.
But by us using, I don't know, I just think that by us using that word and by everyone else using that word, it makes it seem like, I think from someone to read it, see a coup, they're going to say, oh my gosh, they overthrew their government unconstitutionally.
Which they did. Without taking a side. Well, I guess you're right. I guess people can read it. People can read it that way, but our use, and like I said, it was discussed between here at Espanol, us at Wires, and International Desk that first day. Was that and even this decision was made before all this other. You're right. Since then, there's all these two political sides have really taken hold and remain very steadfast. But before all that, the first day the decision was made. Before these two sides had become so ingrained, the call had been, we're seeing this unravel, but let's call it what it is. The military comes in and takes the president away in his pajamas. And there were several hours there where there wasn't any leadership in Honduras until, there was, a vote to put the new government in. By definition, that was a coup, and that's what we've been reporting. Okay. And I see what you're saying, that nowadays the word coup can be interpreted as taking a side.
Yeah, doesn't it mean, like if we're saying that it's an unconstitutional act, doesn't it mean that we're taking a side? Is it saying that it's an unconstitutional
We're not saying
act?
that it's an unconstitutional.
But if that's what a coup is, then that's what we're saying.
No, we're saying that a coup is when the government is forcibly removed from power.
Okay.
That's what we're saying. A coup is when someone is forcibly removed from power outside of the regular
even if the encyclopedia and the dictionary all say that it's unconstitutional, that's what the word means.
Well, yeah, I guess by definition it is unconstitutional, but we're not.
See what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
no, I do.
We're using that. It's like if we're saying it's a coup, then if a coup is unconstitutional, then we're saying that what they did was unconstitutional.
The action. Right, the action of deposing a president is probably unconstitutional, yes.
But then isn't that us taking a side by saying it? Don't we need to not do that?
It's a very. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, but I don't believe. I don't believe that it's taking a side. It's kind of calling it. It's being objective, and it would be taking a side not to call it.
Okay. We couldn't just call it an overthrow of the government.
We could. But it wouldn't be an overthrow of a government. But each of these people tell you the same thing. Well, it wasn't an overthrow of a government if he had violated the Constitution. Okay. It wasn't an overthrow. It was a democratic. It was a democratic transition.
Right.
It's the same.
Okay. So either way, you said. Okay. Thank you for.
No, I'm sorry. I said it's a good debate.
I just didn't understand it. No one up there was really able to clarify for me. So.
Oh yeah. No problem.
What was your name again?
I'm Mariano.
Okay, Sophie.
Sophie,
Thank
good
you.
to meet you.
It was nice to meet you.